Now,
Wait,
warning,
can
the
you hear me
following
at all?
content is heavily modified. It
Can
will
hear you.
contain off-color topics and graphic imagery, not suited for younger audiences. Alright. So, this is the wrong, but everyone welcome to, episode 12 of Insert Name Here. Today we're gonna be talking about Fallout, because why not?
And so to touch on it, so not just Fallout, but modding Fallout and in a sense modding Bethesda games, i.e. Skyrim, Skyrim Special Edition, Fallout 4, and the like in a general sense. Now here, Mando, you want to see if the screen share is working here?
Looks like it is... Watch. Oops.
How's like the frames on it and stuff? Because I know sometimes it can be pretty janky.
Enjoy the B-roll footage while I get this one. Hey, can you guys hear me now? Yes?
I can
Yes.
hear you now.
Alright. Now they should be able to see it.
Okay, how's the frame rate? Because I know screen share can be.
Your mouse is moving around fine.
All right. So just to note, so first of all, heavily modified Fallout 4. Second of all, if you want to avoid spoilers, well, probably don't watch this because I'm mid playthrough here. Third of all, again, heavily modded game, which means you're going to be seeing like all kinds of new armors, enemies, creatures, quest lines, yada yada yada. Yeah. So here I am, a good neighbor. I was getting ready to go on another quest. So I've unlocked lots of places here. But so the setup here, I've got about 600 mods or so. Yes, 600 in the game right now. And we're talking everything from weather mods, as you can see, it's looking pretty damn foggy out, to new companions. Oh shit. That wasn't mine. New armors, new weapons.
Do everything.
In this case, heading over to a church here to find a weapon someone wants me to find because apparently it got stolen from some guy.
So you're in the middle of a quest, I assume?
Yep. So that quest is specifically, I believe. Bear in mind, there's a lot of mods, so sometimes stuff can. Oh shit. Sometimes stuff can run together. But in this case, it's a group called the Outcasts. Now, this is not to be confused with the Fallout 3 Outcasts, for anyone who knows their lore from there. Those Outcasts were ones who turned away from Elder Lions and his viewpoint of we shouldn't just be taping from the people of the wasteland, we should be helping them.
I love
With
how
all
that
of
was done, by the way.
What's that?
I love how that was done in Fallout 3, where it wasn't like, oh, we're redoing the Brotherhood to be this. It's like, no, this is literally just some guy going the opposite direction of the Brotherhood. Like, he's stemming from the Brotherhood. The Brotherhood are like, no, you shouldn't be doing this. He ignores his superior's orders and goes on his own, losing some of his own troops, then forming the Outcasts. And, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so, essentially, what happened, at least as far as I'm able to tell with the lore dumps and stuff I've read so far, is that Elder Maxon took over after Elder Lion's death, and Sarah Lyons essentially just like disappeared, presumed dead. But what had happened was when Maxon took over, as you can see, my armor nice and high tech here, relatively speaking. Got some nice ride storms going on. But Elder Maxon took over. When he did so, he reintegrated the outcasts, meaning the ones who had gone away from Lion's way of thinking. He reintegrated them with the regular Brotherhood, and was pretty much a much more hardline. You know, we're going to just take from the people, and you know, if they dare to resist, we'll fucking kill them.
I mean,
Instead of,
they're
hey, we're gonna
essentially
help the people, and hey,
they're essentially
we learned
Nazis in
technology along the way. Hey,
Fallout
great.
4.
So because of that, and essentially it got to the point where Maxon gave an ultimatum to, because there were a lot of people who were like, hey, whoa, wait a minute, this isn't the way we do things here. Maxon was like, well, cool, I'm in charge, fuck off. And he gave them an ultimatum, which was essentially that either you go and follow what I say, without question, or I'm gonna fucking kill you, you know, or you run away now and I'll kill you if I see you again. So, not good, but you had a lot of people who were loyal to Lion's way of doing things, who did go and essentially leave, and they branded themselves the new outcasts. So several of these groups came to the Commonwealth, among which, oh shit. That looks painful. But several of these groups came to the Commonwealth and kind of settled here, and were pretty much in like, oh shit mode when it was revealed that, oh hey, the Brotherhood, meaning Paladin Danza's group, is coming to the Commonwealth. Some of them pulled out, some of them are trying to stay low. That's essentially where I'm at now with the story. But one of them was like, hey, you know, you can work with our group, but you got to prove yourself by going and getting this guy's weapon back, because it got stolen from him by this one guy, and we didn't want to just kill everyone there, so. I have way too many items in my inventory. But to note with modding, so, you know, while I'm just running around here, one thing that's important to note with modding is to know what your mods do. All too often you see someone, I mean, like, I'll know, of course, almost 600 mods, that's pretty darn heavy on the game here. But I know for the most part what the mods I'm using do, where they'll clash, if I need to go and make patches between them, anything like that. So because of that, I can go and have this stuff working moderately well, and honestly, besides the occasional crash every few hours, everything works pretty darn well, remarkably so, given how much I've thrown into this. But part of that is, now, hey, if I download a mod, read the description page. What is the mod author saying that the mod is doing here? Now, if there's two mods that are editing similar things or the same things here, you know, are there patches for it? If not, you might have to go and use some of the tools available, such as Fallout 4 Edit, or if you're talking about Skyrim, SC Edit for Special Edition, or S Edit for regular Skyrim. On the note of Skyrim as well, to kind of deviate a little bit here, soon, very soon, like next week, the what is it? The anniversary of Skyrim's launch, or 20-year. Oh shit! Yeah, that's weird. And weird shit can happen. I assume someone's using a flamethrower over there, it looks like. So, but honestly, once you heavily modded your game, if the worst thing you have are a few graphical glitches, that ain't doing too bad for yourself. How the fuck do I get up there? But so with the release of the anniversary edition of Skyrim, which they've said now it's going to be $20 to upgrade, $40 if you buy it standalone. So if you already have special edition, it'll cost you $20 to upgrade your version to the anniversary edition. Otherwise, it's $40 if you don't already have special edition. I have no idea how to get up there. But with the so it's $20 to buy it everything, but there's also going to be a free upgrade for Skyrim. That's going to include a few little Creation Club add-ons and some graphical enhancements. Big issue there is that it will break mods for the game. So come next week, if you're playing a heavily modded Skyrim Special Edition playthrough, it's going to break. Pretty much guaranteed.
Oh joy.
So, bear that in mind. Oh shoot.
What was that? Oh cool, yes, did you just join the screen share?
He was streaming, I didn't realize he was streaming.
Okay. Now let's make sure it didn't freeze. For anyone watching, no, I cannot raise the quality. The screen share quality is only 720. Wow, they actually made my alerts a threat. I like the ambient music too.
Oh yeah, I've got a mod that overhauls that. I've got a metal detector that I can use to just randomly find shit.
That's actually really cool.
Too good.
It's funny now that Bethesda's owned by Microsoft. Everyone's always like, "Oh, you know, Obsidian can make a New Vegas 2, right?" I've even seen some people wanting Fallout 1 recreated in 3D. I know.
I can see them doing that, but I think it would be a little.
I hope they don't, just because part of Fallout 1's charm is that it's isometric. But, I mean, there's also a really good mod for New Vegas, although incomplete because of engine limitation. But there's a New Vegas mod that recreates Fallout 1 in Vegas. I know they're recreating, there's a mod that's recreating New Vegas in Fallout 4.
Well, I should note on that, there's actually 2 mods kind of doing that. So there's one that's actually released like just a couple of weeks ago that all it does is it's essentially, it creates the strip and like a few other individual locations and like some of the gambling games.
Okay.
But that's it.
But it's not okay. It's not the actual.
Involved. There's not the actual game or anything like that.
What type of build are you running right now?
You think I planned this shit out? I've got levels available, but
A little, you got a little blood somewhere.
yeah, just a little.
You have a
You can
little
tell my look
bit of
really well.
brains on your face.
Yeah, it'll wash off, maybe. Ooh, we can take strong back. Look at that. I don't really have too many like perk overhaul mods, although I do have with all of the various mods and stuff I do have some that will add like books and stuff that you can find in the world.
So making it more
that
like
will give you perks.
Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas, where you find an item and it gives you a perk.
Exactly. Because also too, that's a lot more compatible with other things that might want to go and change the perk tree or anything like that. So it just kind of helps to, again, with this idea of maintaining stability, not just with, you know, 1 or 2 mods, but with all of your mods. I think I can take my gas mask off now too. And I've got like, so that the mod there with the gas mask was Gas Masks of the Wasteland. Alongside, I'm using both True Storms and Vivid Weathers. There's a combo patch mod you can get that'll allow both of them to work side by side. Ooh. I found myself a light machine gun. I'll take that.
Yes, but do you have any ammo for it?
Yeah, it uses 5.56, so. Well, there it is. So, bullpup design looks like.
Looks nice.
Yeah, and I've got a whole lot of weapon mods and weapon redesigns. So, for example, things like, oh hey, like all the pipe weapons were overhauled to the point where it's like, well hey, you can go and use them with what do they normally use? 38, I think. But you can also go and use them with, oh hey, I want to make 308, 5.56, 50 cal. All those will work. It just one of the mods just adds a whole lot more weapon mods and upgrades and overhauls the base weapons a bit. So you just have a lot more options with them, which is kind of nice. I've got this machine, which I know at least was in New Vegas. I don't know if they introduced it before that.
I assume you have a mod that had like a lot of New Vegas weapons in here.
Actually no, I haven't. I don't have anything that's specifically adding New Vegas weapons, just a lot of like small weapon packs and one-off things. Like I've got auto axes in here. No hugs. Bing.
Ooh, I love that. Whoever made that knew what they were doing.
Oh yeah. I can pick up and throw rocks to either damage people and you know, from afar if I apparently have just nothing else.
Like you're just walking.
Eventually, I'm probably gonna get. I've got McCready with me. I'm probably gonna get him 50 cal sniper rifle and like NCR gear because I've got a couple NCR weapon mods.
NTR in Boston?
Well, the armors. It doesn't put the faction in Boston, but
I know. I'm just making fun. Like, yeah, okay. I mean, hell, if the Brotherhood can travel that this far east, in Fallout 3.
The Brotherhood is vertebrates, but then again, the NCR does too.
Yeah.
So, yeah, okay.
And from Fallout 3, we know that they have the Brotherhood have factions pretty much all across the country, or at the very least, you know, a few spread out here and there. You have any story mods? I mean, out of 600 mods.
Oh yeah. So the primary story mods I have are part of a group. There is, let me actually pull them up here because there's a whole slew of them. So one of them is called Outcasts and Remnants. One is Fusion City. One is Depravity. Got Project Valkyrie, 50 Ways to Die at Dr. Nick's. And these all are kind of synergistic with each other in terms of the content they're providing, the storylines they're offering, that kind of stuff. And especially those, and I've got like maybe one, two or three others that kind of add some stuff, but those ones are the big ones. And what they're doing is they offer the opportunity for the player, and that's really all it is, it's choices, to go through storylines in different ways and make different choices than vanilla would let us do. For example, I actually got a little bit earlier than where I started off here. I got to Fort Hagen, and I confronted Kellogg. And I was like, I want to do a couple of things before I get to that, because there's some things in the story and other places will change once the Brotherhood rolls in. So I rolled back from there, but it gives you the opportunity to, if you want to, you can go and hire Kellogg away from the Institute and not kill him and have him now working for you. I don't know what really happens after that, because I was just kind of like, nah, not really my thing. I'd prefer to kill the guy, because
Doesn't get to pay him.
Well, I mean, yeah. One, it's like, I gotta pay him. But two, it's like, look, you killed my spouse. Although, then again, I've also got a mod called Amazing Follower Tweaks that essentially goes and says, well, hey, along with a lot of other options and stuff for your followers to have, like different outfit sets, different dialogue options, side quests, stuff like that. It goes and says, well, hey, you were in these cryo chambers, your spouse was shot, you were unthawed at the same time your spouse was, just your pod didn't open up, and then your pod froze again. Presumably your spouses did too. Therefore, they would be in critical condition, but not necessarily dead when you go and start the game. If you then go and bring Curie over to Vault 111 before the power runs out, which is essentially when the Brotherhood shows up, which would be about mid-game, Curie can go and stabilize and heal your spouse, and then you get them as a follower. So,
and for any who don't know, Curie is a medical robot,
yes, Curie
Mr. Handy style medical robot.
This is Curie.
From, yeah. Yep, she's from Vault 81.
So she is essentially, her personality is that she is a scientist and she wants to learn as much as she can. In this case, she wants to try to become human in some fashion to be able to gain inspiration, because that is she sees it as a purely human trait.
I haven't found anyone yet.
It's essentially a classic Data style tale. I want to be a real boy.
Because of that, I now have Nora as a follower, while I am Nate, or in this case, Cam.
Wait, do you have her in Chinese spyware?
Nope. Different armor. Looks similar though.
Yeah.
I actually have a set of so her armor, because again I've got all kinds of
Hey.
mods here. So it is called the Sirius armor.
Uh-huh.
And she'll oftentimes be using a heavy 5mm machine gun. So I actually gave the gun to her at one point just to hold because I'm like, this thing's weighing me down. Here, you hold on to this for a bit. And then she just pulled it out in the middle of the bed. I'm like, what the hell? Because I suddenly hear this. I'm like, whoa, what the hell? And I look over and I'm like, okay, keep using it.
Here, honey, happy anniversary. It's a 5mm HMG.
Yeah. I've got Dogmeat, of course, has his little puppy armor and a little army helmet on.
Nice.
Gotta make sure he's protected.
As much as
Eventually,
a dog
I'm
can
gonna go
be.
and armor up everyone, but I've wanted to not, because with some of these mods too, unfortunately, they're available right from the beginning, like being able to craft these armors as long as you have the materials. But I'm like, okay, I don't want to go and pull out, super high level armor right off.
Right, because they're mods. Most of the time, they're just like, here, you can use this just to spice up your game, whereas you want to make it a bit more of an immersive
how you use it is
experience. Yeah. Like an actual RPG where you build up your character as the game goes on. And you don't want to start from 100.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we got ghouls. Let me go and get my...
I see you have a mod for loading screens, which is definitely a plus because... Holy crap, Fallout 4, vanilla Fallout 4 loading screens are a major pain in the ass.
So, sometimes for reasons I don't know, the escape menu comes up, even though I'm not hitting escape.
Cold Era in the chat says, Hail! Hail, Cold Era! I see someone is watching. I can also tell that you have mods that fix some of the gunplay.
Oh yeah. And now for the best part, looting! Damn.
Take the 8-ball and just chuck it at someone.
Okay,
If only, right?
Well, if you got the rocket launcher, you could use that to chuck it. Uh-oh.
I gotta ask, how many power armor mods do you have installed?
A few, not too many. Honestly, power armor isn't my favorite. One, just because oftentimes, so as you can see, I've got 1,000 pounds of total carry weight with 800 that I've currently got on me. When I go, because I've got this, which goes and it's like a bandolier kind of thing. So
Right.
that adds like 100 pounds. I've got my backpack, which adds like 100 pounds. I've got this little guy, which is essentially like some weird high-tech pocket dimension bullshit. It only adds like 100 or something like that, but I got that.
So it increases your
earlier.
carry weight.
Yeah. And I think maybe one other item increases my carry weight too. But either way, when I go in power armor, all this stuff that I have equipped right now gets unequipped, and all that gets equipped is the power armor materials. So because of that, then it's like, oh hey, you were able to carry 1,000 pounds, now you can carry 600. Oops, now you're over encumbered. Honestly, keeping my character's carry weight down is a constant, ongoing struggle. Just because so many weapons, it's like, this is gonna weigh 30 pounds. But why? Well, fuck you, that's why. Okay.
You know, like paper clips weighing like 2 pounds.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Well, speaking of weight, just pick up a scale.
I disarmed it. It was a trap. I'm not
Trap,
sure what
yeah.
it was tied to, but oh, there was. Oh, it was probably something that got set off when I threw the grenade earlier.
That or one of the ghouls tripped it.
Hi.
Speaking of ghouls, I think he wants to say hi, Cam. I think he wants to give you a hug.
Good. I have no idea how to open that door. Terminals. Ooh, duct tape.
So you still have to do all the memory den stuff with
Oh,
with
yeah.
Kellogg and everything like that in the modded playthrough.
If I went and hired Kellogg, I wouldn't have to. It would actually let me skip that because you don't.
Right,
need to
because
do
yeah,
the
now he
memory
works for you.
stuff.
He can tell you whatever
Yeah,
you want to know. Right.
Exactly. But in this playthrough, I am going to. I'm planning on killing him, so. Still not seeing a way to open up that door.
Yes.
Expert level lock on a tool case. How much you want to bet there's like one tin can and a piece of duct tape in here?
Got it.
Oh no, some ammo. I'll take ammo.
I just remembered we can set polls with
Oh shit.
the chat.
Alright.
Thinking maybe we should have like a Fallout themed poll, like what's the best Fallout or something.
Oh, look, everyone knows it's going to be New Vegas, and if
Right.
it isn't, you're fucking wrong.
Unless I put Fallout 1 or 2 on there, but then it's not a fair comparison because 3D versus isometric, they're two completely different types of
Yeah.
games. How about what broke the most lore in Fallout 4? Fusion cores.
Bethesda by far.
According to many, apparently armor in Fallout 4 is more accurate to the original interpretation of armor in the original Fallout, which doesn't surprise me.
I'm both reloading and lockpicking. Don't ask how that works.
Rules of the Wasteland.
He who lives by the broom dies by the broom?
Sure.
Oh yeah, when I was over at Fort Helgen, preparing to go and confront Kellogg before I decided not to, I found a set of worn Chinese stealth armor, which I could then craft into full Chinese stealth armor. I don't have. There's also like armor that'll overlay on top of it. So like with the layering system here. But I haven't found that stuff yet, so I want to hold off until I find that to actually use it. Oh shit. Mr. Ghoul, surely you realize I am the protagonist here, therefore you have no power here.
Spell powers are useless against me, you stupidly. A can! Most important item in the entire world.
Lock's really strong.
Oh, there's a bunker. That's well hidden.
It says the lock is too difficult, Cam, but I think a fair amount of explosives should solve that problem, though.
Won't be able to pick this.
That unfortunately is one mod I don't have. I don't know if something like that exists, but
Talon29 pops up in the chat saying, "Good to see you, casting the shadows."
and what's in there? A handful of ammo, some aluminium, a couple chems, and that's fucking it. And stealth boy.
There's some Radex that's helpful.
Yeah, I've already got bunches. It'd be cool if, like, in later games. Uh-oh. Okay, what's firing? I hear a minigun going off. Oh, hey, ghouls.
Oh dear lord, the frame rate.
Oh, shit. Hostile outcast. That's not good.
Oh boy.
I really hope this doesn't fuck up quests for me, for them.
Quickly equipping something that can eat through power armor.
Well, so one of the mods I had. So if you notice, I had 2 of these and one other one, and that one other one is gone. These are single-use rocket launcher. So kind of cool. So it's essentially built on the AT4. It's literally based on that. I'll use a flamer. Good night. Oh god, I'm burning.
You're gonna die. You're so dead. Oh, nope, you're alive. You had such a tiny little bit of health left.
Oh yeah. Take a few of these things that actually have weight to them.
Just consume everything.
Health just do.
Yeah, it's like a.
I
Meanwhile, you're on fire.
I just wanted to be like ding.
Hey, memes of destructions in the chat saying, "Hey guys, what's going on?" We're just playing some heavily modded Fallout 4, commentating on it.
So you've lost your head. Oh, hey, a minigun.
He'll never be a head of a major corporation. Well, it's like the whole series of bad puns from Austin Powers. Oh, hey, they actually kept to the mod actually kept the Outcast color scheme.
I have no. Well, honestly, I don't know if these outcasts are
The same from
the
3.
same as the other outcasts. I have no idea who these guys are in any way, shape, or form.
Who cares? They all fall the same.
I mean, you're not wrong, but my only worry would just be that I want to make nice with the outcasts who are going for Lion's way of things and are against Maxim. But this guy was hostile to me from the beginning, so.
Right, because in Fallout 4, the Outcasts would be the ones that were the Brotherhood in Fallout 3, yeah. Because now the Brotherhood have went back to being the way they were.
There we go.
Hello, I have your pizza. Hello? Okay, I'm coming in.
Yeah, anyone order 3 pies of pizza, extra cheese?
With a side helping of die! No, I'm kidding. Like, I'm not hostile if you're not hostile. Ooh, glowy. Sure, I think there's a gas leak.
Something's leaking.
Rads. It adds that extra zest to the flavor.
Means of Destruction says, she never really played, heard people had fun. Yeah, it's Fallout 4 modded can be very, very fun.
Hello? Oh. There's a people. Now, I kind of feel bad about just coming to their home and killing them.
Maybe that's why they just decided to attack you on sight before you were near their home.
I mean, maybe. I don't know.
But how do you know these are the right outcasts to be killing?
I have no... Well, honestly. So, A6 is the... So for those who don't know, the way Bethesda games work, or the way games based on Gamebryo, aka Creation Kit, aka Creation 2, whatever the fuck they're calling it now, the way those all work is that any reference, so anything that's in the game, whether it's a weapon, a wall, an effect, etc., it has a reference ID, and this is 6 numbers because it's based on a hexadecimal format. The first 2 digits of this reference ID are its load order, its place in your load order. So that'll tell you, for example, if the prefix for an item, let's say, for example, if you're like, hey, I want to give myself money. I'm like, okay, well, how do I do that? Okay, I can use console commands, and I give the money item to myself. Cool. Well, what's the code for that? Well, in this case, it would be for Bethesda games, and pretty much since like Oblivion, the money code has been 0000000F, and then you just put in whatever number you want, and that's money.
Do you know about the developer stuff in Fallout 4? Or sorry, Fallout 76? That's the best stuff. We'll just destroy the game because they left some stuff in it.
Right, like I've seen someone pull out the Pridwin in Fallout 76.
Yeah, basically what happened is they had a dev room with every single item lined up in chests, and and
they sent in, and people would send in Smurf accounts to collect them, then transfer it over to their normal account, and then the Smurf accounts would get banned and destroyed.
Yeah, and then they started to essentially ban anybody who had any item they thought was really good. And so people who had
regardless of whether you got it legitimately or not.
Yeah, they're like, well, no, there's no way you got that.
Like, but I've been playing this game for 5 months. It's like, nope, too bad. Nuke your account.
Too bad you're banned.
So these are different outcasts. It's from a mod called Leave a Detachment, which is just set in like bunker homes and shit. So they are free for the killing.
Hooray!
You know, it's too bad I can't put together the mini nukes, right? Like, there's all the pieces there, but you won't let me put them together. What a shame.
You know, speaking of Fallout 76, I remember when we first thought, like, oh, it's going to be a co-op. Like, we knew it was going to be like some kind of co-op something.
It was supposed to be multiplayer, is what they advertised it as.
Yeah.
Not like... I was hoping so badly for a co-op.
Yeah, we were hoping so badly that it was a co-op Fallout experience, like a typical Fallout experience,
like
but just co-op.
Exactly.
Like you and your buddy get their own person. You know, instead of you and an AI companion.
That's what the majority of the community wanted. Was something that would be like, you know, even now I will say Fallout 4 Vanilla was pretty damn fucking bad in terms of quests, in terms of like companion. I will say the companions are better than they were, but still pretty
Not
bad.
exactly a high bar though.
Yeah, I think Fallout 4, as much as people say, I mean, I enjoyed the game. I know a lot of people didn't. But yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and argue like New Vegas was obviously better. Let's be real.
Yeah, I mean,
There's
I
so
think.
many better Fallout games.
Oh yeah,
but,
I
but
think
there's
New
one thing I
Vegas
can say
and
is that
3 are
76
both.
was way worse than 4.
Yeah, I think.
Oh yeah.
I think New Vegas and 3 are both better than 4, and just in terms of storytelling, writing, and quests.
Yeah, and just
Definitely New
the
Vegas in
general
terms
way
of
they build
characters
the
for
world,
sure.
right? Like,
Right.
Oh yeah.
Also, especially since New Vegas was more return to form in style. Like, okay, it's more in line with the first 2 games than the Bethesda made ones. I will say this: Fallout 4, essentially in a nutshell, is good ideas, very poor execution.
Oh yeah.
Because there are a lot of good ideas, they're just not executed well. I do like how they
Well, I
changed
mean-
power armor though, but
Yes,
one
honestly,
thing out
that
of an
was
entire
one
game.
of the few things that was very well done. Just one of the big issues too is that they tried to be like, oh hey, we're bringing back the Brotherhood. And it's like, sure, okay. Oh, we're gonna make it the same Brotherhood that we had before. Now, how the fuck does that work? And it gets to the point where players have to go and make convoluted story mods to make any sense out of what trash Bethesda tried to peddle here, which is pretty damn sad.
Alright, I put a poll in the chat for anyone that's interested. So it's probably gonna take a little bit.
What
for
is
it
your
to
favorite Fallout game, and why is it Fallout New Vegas?
Yeah. Oh, what's that freaking joke? Was it the book of flaws in Fallout New Vegas? It's blank. No, but the poll's pretty much like, what you guys enjoying this type of stuff, and do you want to see more of it? So Fallout mods, Halo mods, hell, even Cyberpunk. Oh, I should have put that on the freaking poll. I can cancel it.
Yeah.
But Cyberpunk mods, I haven't tried out any Cyberpunk mods yet.
Me
I've
neither.
heard
Honestly, I haven't even played it since it first came out.
I've played it once, and it was still just a vanilla thing. I wanted to see what the new updates were, because it was like, what, 60-something fucking gigs? It's like, okay, 60 fucking gigs. This better be worth it. I played it, it's like, this is no different. What the fuck could have been 60 gigs? I've actually uninstalled it since, just because the game grew from 70 gigabytes to 100-something.
Yeah.
Because obviously when it
Yeah.
first sold, it was 70 gigs, and that was great. But at the moment, I don't have that much space on my SSD for a game like that.
So Mandy, you remember that one-shot rocket launcher I used?
Yeah.
So here is the empty version of it. And
So I assume you can scrap it down and...
I'll be able to reload it, essentially. If I so choose. I can just go and scrap it down for parts, but I've got a portable junk thingy that will oh damn.
And these lens flares. Oh boy.
Oh shit, there's more of them. That's a gauze rifle or something. Honestly, this flamethrower is kind of overpowered.
I like how you have like a 3-person entourage with you, and they're just kind of doing nothing. They're just hanging out.
I got Nora, who is showing off the
5mm.
5.56 minigun there. I got Dogmeat. I got Kiri. I got Piper. I have Heather, who is a mod-added companion. For anyone who used Willow in Fallout New Vegas, this is the Fallout 4 version of her, essentially. And then I've got McCready somewhere. Oh, there he is.
He's probably still. Oh, I was gonna say he's probably still on the surface. Like, hey guys, where'd you go?
He's more of a sniper character.
He's pretty much
I
like the
probably
boon of
should
this game,
go and,
but
ooh.
not as interesting. And I don't mean that like he's bad or whatever. I just mean like Boone was more interesting.
Oh yeah. I should probably steal all this all the power armor parts from these guys, and ooh, you know, that actually does remind me. I can show off another one of my mods here. Let me. How do I want to do it? Let's loot this thing all first, and then from here I'll yeah, that goes there. Ooh, fusion core. Look at that! They laid out all this supplies just for me.
It's like a freaking
right?
store.
Yeah, mine now, bitches.
Bingo.
Shopping, but you don't have to pay.
What's this paying stuff you're talking about?
No, they're the ones paying.
Yeah. Too
Pay
bad-
with your
too bad.
life.
Yep.
Well,
Well, it really brings new meaning to, hey, don't worry, it's on me.
so the enclave here seems to be, or not enclave,
Brotherhood.
the outcasts here seem to be referencing the actual outcasts. Bearing in mind with some of these mobs, they're not all completely synergistic. So it's like they're talking about outcasts, and they're a different outcast from the other outcasts. So yeah. Oops. There's the helmet. Ooh, and look at that. They included hazmat suits. How nice.
That's
is
so
that?
kind of them.
I almost feel bad about killing them all.
Well, if you
But not
didn't
really.
kill them all, then you wouldn't be able to take the hazmat suits.
Yeah, there is that. Thanks, buddy.
As you take his armor off of his corpse.
Oh, speaking of FEV, so I found randomly on this one NPC. See if I can find it here.
It's a jug of FEV. Okay.
An FEV cure. I
Ah,
have no idea what it's for. I have no idea if it's a quest. I literally just found it like on a random enemy as loot, but apparently it's an FEV cure that's been battered, and I assume that doesn't mean deep fried.
Yeah.
Isn't
So
there a quest
imagine-
in vanilla Fallout 4? There's a quest where you have to cure Institute scientists who's a super.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, and you
Oh.
you go meet what's his name?
Oh,
Doctor.
I can do some kind of horrible experiment here. There's some ghouls over behind the window. There's an FEV receptacle and a big old button. Let's see what the fuck happens.
I'm good at
I
buttons.
have no idea what
Let me
this is
press the
gonna
button.
Ah, well, they're dying. Okay.
So does
Wait,
this
no, it's leaking into the bunker. I don't know.
any mods adding like other FEV creatures that aren't just super mutants?
Well, I've got some floaters from, you know, original OG Fallout.
Right.
Centaurs, some kind of other mutated centaurs, which are horrifying. Yeah, I haven't been to the glowing sea yet, so I haven't really seen the variety there just yet.
Aren't psychers also a product of FEV?
Psychers?
Like original Fallout or
Maybe. It's been a very long time. Is there no way to go down there, or?
I mean,
What was that all about? Like, come on, you're telling me there's no way to go down there and, like, poke around and get mutated and grow a third thumb? Like, come on.
yes, but it's not on your hand.
Oh, no. Oh, hey, a terminal. It's the same stuff that was on the holotape.
I mean, they are all connected to some kind of central database. So.
Oh, so they actually did go and note here, like they don't buy. So these are original outcasts that didn't buy into Max and trying to regroup, bring in the old outcasts. They're like, fuck you, we're doing our own thing. So
Right, like it's like essentially they went off on their own when Elder was in Lion was in charge, and now Maxon's in charge. It's like,
They
no,
never
you know,
came
we're
back.
enjoying being on our own. We're not coming back.
Yeah, well, at least they don't trust him.
I mean, he is kind of, xenophobic, pro-human fascist.
Well, you're not wrong. There was literally, so you've seen Burn Notice, right? The TV
Actually,
show.
I don't think I have, no.
How am I still running? Oh,
Yeah, I'll be
it's
right
my
back in a
AP.
second.
Alright.
Bye. He's dead. I'm like, how am I running? I'm over encumbered. Oh yeah, I can run until my AP runs out.
You gonna make a curious synth in this playthrough?
Oh, absolutely. I always make her a synth. Here's one of the other modded weapons. I don't really use them, but they sell for pretty decent amounts.
I'm reading. I'm gonna read this chat message when Koyos comes back because he's gonna love it.
I almost missed that. Oh shit.
But Cam, George Lucas is back in our chat.
Oh no! Not him. Please, no! Oh yeah, here's one of the Halo rifles.
Oh, that looks like a modified BR-55.
Yeah, it's a BR-77 is what they call it.
Uh-huh.
There's all kinds of mods for it. Pretty decent. It's not worth enough for me to grab it right now, but decent.
I mean, those weapons fire 7.62 by 51 millimeters. Pretty much all the Halo rifles do. Uh-oh.
Still though, honestly, that was a cool little diversion there.
Oh, you mean the little
But
bunker?
you,
Yeah.
you got this random hatch at the bottom of a random power plant. There's pretty much zero guarantee you would ever even stumble upon this thing, let alone look in that one little corner there. But
And then-
oh hey, here's all this loot and supplies and junk and
Surprise! Outcasts full of Brotherhood outcasts and power armor.
So as soon as I get outside, I'm going to show you what I'm going to do with all this shit that I picked up. So one other mod that I have is it's called Minutemen Squads. So like I haven't gone too far with the Minutemen yet in this playthrough in terms of like helping settlements and that shit. I've gotten to the point, you know, I rescued Preston in that group, you know, early on. I helped like one settlement. But then another settlement, you know, Preston's like, hey, another settlement needs your help, and I'm like, fuck you.
I'll mark it on your
I
map.
was able to go. What?
Nothing. I said I'll mark it on your map.
Yeah. But what I did was I had done another little small quest line, and it gave me the option to recruit a squad of Minutemen. Now that some settlements had joined the Minutemen, and because of that, I was then able to go and, you know, when Preston was like, "Oh, the settlement needs your help," I was able to say, "Go load up a holotape and go, hey, this settlement needs help. Go help them." And I sent the squad out instead of going myself. And then once they were done, they let me know, and I got XP and rewards from it. So that was pretty cool.
Nice. I assume
No,
you're
that's
still
pretty-
their general or whatever the hell. You
Oh, of course.
so this way you get XP for being their boss and them doing the work for you.
Exactly. This is the way. This is also a missile launcher.
I just got back,
Save
but
before
so
I-
Oh, okay. So
essentially, mods fixed the settlement issue there, like the
Oh,
having
in
to immediately
terms
go and
of in terms of having to always be Preston's bitch, essentially.
Mhm.
So I've got a
Yeah,
suppressed
exactly.
50 cal, and there's
I always love the
on the roof.
Fallout 4 parody cartoon, little animation. Oh, by the way, Kulios, we have George Lucas in the chat saying, "Let's go, Brandon."
Interesting.
This is the third time in a row so far. Since last Sunday, every stream he shows up and then says, "Let's go,
I
Brandon,"
missed.
and then just leaves. Assuming leaves. I don't know. He doesn't type anything after that.
Son of a bitch. I mean, nice explosion, but
Lit the night sky and whatever.
like a big pizza pie.
I'm sure they're fine. Blood curdling scream.
I don't need to cover.
They're just going to a better place.
Honestly, you're not wrong.
Also, too, so this is the assault rifle from Fallout 3.
Oh, that's cool.
So I didn't like install all of these with any intention of like recreating stuff or anything like that, but it's worked out well. And I hear someone having fun over there in town. Well, good for them. I'm glad they're having fun. Here's a more modded up version of that one gun.
That's a nice rifle.
Yeah, I'll probably sell it. Oh, perfect. A wooden crate. Now, let me finish looting this place up.
So, sorry, I'm not sure if you said exactly earlier, but so exactly how much space does Fallout 4 with all your mods take up?
I don't know.
No?
Let me start a, let me see how big my iDrive is. That's where I've got it. So that's where I've got both. So all of my mods together, along with the game itself. Let's see. First off, how big is Rapid Space Industries? 142. So it is approximately just under 400 gig.
Okay.
Now bear in mind though,
that's not too bad.
that's every single mod I have installed in the game along with the base game files. Now that's not every single mod I've downloaded, because I have that on a different drive.
Yeah.
But it's everything I have installed.
Okay. Which that isn't horribly bad considering
Yeah.
on average
like I
how
said,
good
I've
games
got-
are nowadays. Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty much 2 games
like-
these days. Like, cause what
Yeah.
a Call of Duty game is like 180 to 200 gigs, and
Yeah, it could be anywhere up to 300
so
depending on
right. So
what their
essentially,
patches
two
look like.
two modern day AAA games is going to be around 400 gigs, probably more. So
Well, yeah, and you can tell just by looking at it that, like, you take a second and you can tell it's not Fallout 4. Like, it is Fallout 4, but it's much
well,
more
yeah, that's what I
like
love. It's like
modded.
the second you had it on screen, I'm like, wow, this doesn't resemble Fallout. Like we know it's Fallout 4, but it doesn't resemble the vanilla Fallout 4 at all, which is good because it means it's heavily modded and it looks the part.
Yeah.
Hey, Victor Wolfong's in the chat saying, wonder if they're ever going to do a Halo Fallout Fracture. He's referring to the fracture armors in Halo Infinite are like the non-canon armors, like that new samurai armor they have from the multiplayer overview trailer.
Oh,
So he's thinking, like, are they going to do like a Fallout style Halo Fracture type armor for Halo Infinite? I mean, they could, but again, Microsoft owns Bethesda now, so
lots
now
of
they own
possibilities.
Doom, they own Fallout, Skyrim, The Elder Scrolls, Wolfenstein. Although they already have a few Wolfenstein-looking armors in Halo Infinite, based on some of the leaks I've seen.
They're just grabbing everything they can at this point.
Little bit, but that's because they're trying to appeal to the younger audience that's into the more flashy, absurd, wacky art styles and nonsensical stuff like the Fortnites and Apex Legends and stuff.
Yup.
And it sucks, but we've ranted on it, several hundred times already, and I just hate how a lot of people are like, yeah, I hate it too, but my vote isn't going to change it. So there's nothing I can do about it, and I hate that defeated.
Well, yeah.
Because it's like you're being defeated, and to an extent, yes. One person can't just change the entire industry like that, like one customer. I mean, but when everyone starts thinking, oh no, with that defeatist attitude, where I can't change it. My vote's not going to matter. Whether I pay for the game or if I buy the game or not, it's not going to matter. And if everyone does that, then you think about it. If everyone did not buy the game, it would make a difference. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and I particularly like the art style of Apex. But what I don't like is the art style of Apex and Halo.
right. Well, that's the thing is,
Right, like,
it works in Apex. I'm sure. Honestly, I've never really. I played Titanfall and I love Titanfall, and Titanfall 2 specifically. And I haven't played Apex, but in Titanfall, that art style worked for it. That's what it was created with. But Halo had it an art style that, for 12 years,
it was established.
it was an established art style. Everyone knew it as such, and then they changed it. But now with Infinite, they changed it back. Chief looks like the Master Chief again. Spartans look like Spartans. Forerunner
Even
architecture.
They still couldn't make the actual gameplay any better, but
Yeah,
Hey,
it's still very much. It's despite all the hubbub about the Slip Space engine. It turns out, thanks to a General Heed video, which I highly recommend, it turns out that Halo Infinite Slip Space engine is just a heavily modified version of the Blam engine, which was Halo CE through Halo 5, which was the original Halo engine.
not surprising.
which is why the gameplay is very similar to Halo 5. Which again, Halo 5 didn't have bad gameplay. It just wasn't Halo gameplay. Like, the gameplay itself, though, was actually really fun. Again, this wasn't Halo, but at least, you know, visually, Halo looks like... It's weird. Visually, Halo looks like Halo again, but at the same time, it doesn't look like Halo again. You know what I mean? Like,
well,
yeah, the Chief looks like...
is not...
You know, the Chief, you know, Spartans in general, the Banished and Elites and everything, all the weapons even, for the most part, you know, the Commando and Bulldog and the new Magnum notwithstanding, they all look like Halo weapons again. But then you have these new Harbinger and whatever, who were the floating guys that were like ripping apart a monitor in the campaign trailer we watched?
I don't know.
Like, but they look like they were ripped out of Destiny. They remind me of the Vex or the Fallen from Destiny. Hell, I didn't even remember that I remembered those names until just now. Let's see, Victor Wolfgang says, yes, that would be cool. I mean, look, Halo, something like the Halo armor in Fable 2, where it's like Halo-inspired armor, but it fits within the Fable 2 art style, but you look at it and you instantly go, oh, that's the Master Chief. But in Fable's art style. Something like that in a Fallout game would be really cool. You know, like green power armor that has like, the visor is gold.
Well, I mean, there's already Halo-based both power armor and regular armors. That was one of the ones I almost installed some ODST stuff, but I didn't just because it touched on a few too many things, and I was like, yeah.
Well, I'm not even talking about just like the actual armors, like the actual Halo armors, but like it fits within Fallout's. Like, it's an actual Fallout armor, like a canonical Fallout armor or something. It just resembles Halo. It's supposed to be an homage to Halo, but it's still its own thing, and it's not like essentially here's the Halo armor in Fallout type thing. That would be cool, but I don't know, maybe for Halo, like essentially like a Brotherhood of Steel power armor, like a T-51B power armor in Halo. Which wants the same with all that stuff too. Have I seen the new trailers? Yes, we actually did a reaction of the campaign trailer, a live one, like a few weeks ago. Whenever it came out, we did a reaction of it the night of. It was very much, the campaign trailer was very much like a multiplayer trailer, but for the campaign. And that narration was wince-worthy. Like, maybe wince in pain, especially that one line about Master Chief doing what Spartans do best or whatever. I don't know, it was just...
It literally felt like... It reminded me way back when like, Splinter Cell 2 and 3, and I forgot which one had it, but there was one of them that had it had like tutorial videos. It might have even been Conviction. Ugh. But it felt very much like that. Like it's narrating you to introduce you to the multiplayer side of things here. It did not feel like they were, because also too, they talked about the way they discussed and mentioned the story. They talked about it from a third-person perspective,
which is odd for a Halo trailer.
Well, exactly. It's like this should be a first-person or second-person perspective because it's you, the developer. Oh shit!
Run, Cam, run.
The developer talking to us about it. It's not some game journalist or someone else unaffiliated. It's you.
Right. So for anyone who doesn't know, the Halo Infinite campaign overview trailer that dropped a few 2-3 weeks ago now. Anyway, we covered it on an episode of Cast in the Shadows. We did a live reaction, and pretty much it's narrated by Jen Taylor, the voice actress of Cortana and Dr. Halsey. And obviously, Jen Taylor's a fantastic, phenomenal voice actress. You know, she's done Cortana in every game and Dr. Halsey in every game. But honestly, I don't blame her. I blame either the writing or the direction. It's really like a pick and choose, because some of the lines in that trailer were just, maybe it was the delivery, I don't know. Like, it's clearly not the voice actor's fault, because again, I know they can do some really good stuff. They've been doing good stuff for years. But like the way, like this one line that really makes me just wince. It's like the in Halo Infinite, the Master Chief, does what Spartans do best, taking the fight to the bench. Like, it sounds like it's a marketing thing for kids or something. It's just so weird.
Yeah, it's marketing speak. It's nothing to do with the game itself.
I don't know, it just felt weird and took you out of it, because like they did have some really cool visual elements in the trailer, but again, the very like breakneck. I don't know. I would love for some. I was kind of hoping for something more in line with the 2020 campaign demo, where it was like one solid segment of the campaign and not a bunch of edited clips.
Well, I mean, not even that. Just the way they talked about it, the way they showed it. It shows that, among other things, the campaign is very much playing not even second fiddle, but we're talking about fifth fiddle here to the multiplayer, which they're already showing. They're going complete microtransaction shell out bullshit for it. And just everything I'm seeing quality-wise is showing it's going to be utter garbage.
I mean, it's got a pretty coat of paint, but it's got nothing underneath.
Yeah, but just because they put some new wrapping paper on it doesn't mean it's going to be good. And it's such a disappointment too, because I mean, Halo is one of those franchises that, most of us old fogies here, me being 30 now, I grew up. I was like, what?
We both did.
12 or something when Halo CE came out.
2001. It's November 11th, November 15th. It's going to be the 20th anniversary.
So it's like this is literally my childhood, and seeing it essentially getting just shit on, because gotta get that microtransaction money.
I heard someone. We've said this a lot on this channel, and what's funny is I actually met someone that said, like, oh, well, it's free to play. They have to make money somehow. I'm like, oh my. Because
like
the argument, like, I love that argument. Like, it's free to play. They have to make money somehow. It's like, no, it doesn't have to be free to play. They make it free to play
they
with the intent of nickel and diming you.
It's going to make them
more
money than actually just making a decent game and selling that. Because because also too, as we're seeing, and I wouldn't doubt too for them to go and later on going like, hey guys, surprise!
Here's loot boxes.
Halo Infinite is going to be a game as a service.
It's already a games as a service. No, they were advertising that for years now. It's a live service title. It's gonna the campaign campaign co-op in Forge. Like campaign co-op is gonna be added 3 months after release, and Forge 6 months after release.
Yeah.
As additional content, because it's a live service, because they don't have to finish the game and release it. They can just
exactly. Hell, they don't even have to get it into a more than an alpha state.
Yes.
Like if you are missing major features, it's an alpha.
Just because it's not
you're
buggy.
Selling your game, you're releasing your game, saying yes, this is releasable. Yes, we are ready. Missing major features. At minimum, it's dishonest as fuck.
So I've play tested a lot of alpha and betas of different games, not just Star Citizen, and yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, the alpha stage of a game's development is not, first off, yes, they're notoriously buggy because they're usually very early on in the game's development cycle, but for the most part, an alpha stage of development is when you're essentially developing the features, the various features and core elements of the game, and implementing them into the game. And that's, yes, it's going to be very buggy because you're adding new things in, and then sometimes things don't work together, and you have to fix it and bug smash and stuff. But for the most part, the alpha is you have a playable, or for the most part, a playable working part of the game that's just feature incomplete. A beta is when the game is somewhat complete, but it's riddled with bugs and glitches, and you just have to do some final testing to make sure it's working. But for the most part, the game is somewhat complete.
These labels, alpha and beta, have nothing to do with the time spent on the game. Like, some people are like, "Oh, if you spent this much time, it should be no,
time
no,
as
not how this works."
No, it's not a factor of time. But yeah, exactly. We're getting.
It's a status, and the status of games being released nowadays is alpha.
Nice.
And we're being told, as they smile through their lies, that, oh, no, this is just the way things are. Everything's going to be better. You're going to get a better quality product sooner, and we're seeing time and time again.
They've even stated in videos, I think the same video that they said co-op is going to be delayed. They're talking about how, oh, well, that's the beauty of live service, is that, if we can't add it in time, then we can add it in later, and my problem is that you're not releasing a finished product. You shouldn't be asking full price. And yeah, if multiplayer's free to play, honestly, at this point, I don't think any of us here are, going to be playing the multiplayer, free to play or not. The second they said free to play, because it's fee to play, I dropped off. At this point, I only care about the campaign, and if I ever do get it, it won't be for like another year or two when it's either on sale and complete. So this way, Cam and I can freaking play it, and Coolios, if you want to join us, we can play it together, co-op. With the exception of Halo 5, every Halo game I've played, I've started co-op and then played solo later. Halo 5 because, they didn't have split screen, and I had no friends online to play with. But yeah, that's... Victor Wolfong asks, we're on chat, Victor Wolfong asks, have you seen the new armors in MCC? Season 8 or the new anniversary armors? Season 8, we do need to make a commentary about those armors because it just would be hilarious. Because they're ripe for ripping.
What the fuck?
But the anniversary armors are actually really cool. So Cam, they added the 343 added. The most accurate way I can say this is their interpretation of the 1999 Macworld Master Chief armor. Remember the 1999 Macworld Chief design? They added that in. Specifically for Halo 2 Anniversary multiplayer, which is nice that Halo 2 Anniversary multiplayer is actually getting some attention, because it is really fun. It's pretty much Halo 2 with some weapon buffs and debuffs, and obviously a more 343 art style, which I'm not a huge fan of, but the graphic fidelity is very nice, so it makes things easier to see and not have a weird Halo 4 filter over everything. Either way, it's really fun. They also added the SPI armor, which is the Spartan 3 armor from the book Ghost of Onyx, into Halo 3, so that people can now run around as Kurt 051 in Halo 3 multiplayer. But yeah, like there's two cool armors. They're also adding like the Duke controllers and the original Xbox as accessories on your back and shoulders for Halo 3 multiplayer. Because, Halo 3 multiplayer hasn't been cursed enough in terms of the armor customization. Like, it's neat, but at the same time, weird.
Well, there's so much stuff they're doing that is not Halo.
Yeah, it's...
What the fuck?
And Victor Wolfong brings up 5 bloody
So,
years.
I got
Actually, has it been 5 years? I think it's been more. It's been 6 years, technically, because they started after Halo 5. They were working on a Halo 5 ODST, I remember that. Then that became, I think, or they dropped that to start working on Halo 6, which then became Halo Infinite. We all speculated that they were just working on the... And they could very well have been just working on retooling the Blam engine into the Slipspace engine. But we... All I can say for sure, or at least speculate for sure, is that in 2018, that's when they really started working on Halo. Keep in mind, that's just my speculation, but I say that because
How dare
it
you?
wasn't until late 2018 that we actually saw or early 2019 that we got the confirmation of a final design for Master Chief, because they didn't have a final design for Master Chief in 2018 in that reveal trailer, the Slipspace engine trailer. Hell, most of that trailer was reusing assets from other Halo games in it. Like, the Marines were from Halo Reach. One of the BRs they were holding was from Halo 5. You know, Chief was, I think, you know, either a new model or from Halo 3, or both. So... like, they didn't have a final design yet. Like, maybe they had a vague idea of the story, but I don't think a lot of work was completed. Honestly, I'm fully expecting a Jason Schreier style expose on Halo Infinite, like a few months or a year after launch, where it's going to be talking about the mess of behind the scenes development for that game.
Well, just time and time again, we're seeing this shit, and it's like, is it too much to ask for you guys to not push out a product that is absolutely 100% known to be bad, and instead just, you know,
well, even if it was finished, even say Halo Infinite is finished, it releases 2023 and it's completely finished, all the features are in, it's still going to be a completely predatory monetization fee-to-play fiasco, because there's 343 is doing what 343 does best, which is following trends and copying other games and trying to make success in that sort of area. You know, like, look, they got the enemies and open world style thing. Like, oh yeah, I know ODST had a hub world, but it's a little different. Like this Halo Infinite seems like it's copying a lot from Destiny. It's copying a lot from freaking nearly any EA game. I don't know, I have a bad feeling about it, which is unfortunate, because I really was hoping this game would be good, and I still am. Like, maybe the game will surprise us. The campaign story could be really good, I don't know. But it's not looking to be good. And the campaign overview trailer, I was hoping would at least instill some confidence in the campaign, but it didn't. And Victor in the chat saying, it almost feels like they've been wasting time on MCC, which it needed. Yes, MCC is a weird one, because MCC released in 2014, and to this day, it is still feature incomplete. They still haven't finished it.
Nope.
And I say that because every game that's on MCC, by this time next year, the only place to play those games online will be MCC. They're going to be discontinuing the Xbox 360 server support, and you won't be able to play Halo CE Anniversary, Halo 2, Halo 3, Halo 4, Halo Reach, Halo 3 ODST. All those classic Halo games you will not be able to play online anymore, whether it's online co-op, multiplayer, what have you. The only way to play those games online will be through MCC in the future. Which means they better have every freaking feature that was in the original games. Now here's a small thing, but it annoys me personally, but the security chest from Halo 3. It's completely identical to the default chest in Halo 3, except for one thing. It adds a little antenna array on your back. Almost like a radio thing. So like you have a little radio on your back. I always liked that. And I always used it. But it is now gone in MCC. And I don't have it anymore. And I can't re-equip it, so... And then you have the fact, like, okay, I can't do Halo 4, Halo 2 Anniversary, and Halo 2, and... Well, that's really the only games that have it, but those 3 games don't have custom games yet. Halo CE and 3 and Reach do, but the others don't. ODST never had, as far as I'm aware. It was just ODST firefights. So. See, Lego Timothy says the security chest. Yeah, I love the security chest, but it's gone now. At least it's gone in MCC. Victor asks, can I join in on the ripening? I mean, maybe. We have no idea when we're going to do it, so just keep that in mind, but sure, why not? Maybe I'll get as many people on the Discord server as I can. I'll just do it in like a general comms or something, or recording comms. Anyone that wants to rip on the Halo Season 8 MCC armors can join in. Victor Wolfgang says, the 2 live-action trailers. There were live-action trailers for Halo Infinite? I will have to look this up. Lego Timothy says, you can't use the katana in Halo 3 toggled. You mean the, like the, the custom, the MCC customization toggle? If it's toggled on, you can't use the katana? Yeah, I know that, but actually I had the toggle turned off, so I can see all the new customization stuff. But that's not the problem. I mean, it is a problem, but it's not the problem I'm talking about. The problem is that the security chest has completely vanished from the customization menu. Victor Wolfog says, some artist insight would be needed. Hey, what the hell am I then?
Top lever. Oh, fuck. I'm getting my ass handed to me.
And Victor Wolfgang says, one about the hookshot. Oh, okay, now I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I completely forgot about those because... So, Halo Infinite's live-action trailers were essentially trailers about the gear in in Halo Infinite.
See, those,
in live-action.
Those things were amazing.
What?
The live-action trailers for Halo 3?
Not Halo 3, Halo Infinite's live-action trailers. They're like weird documentaries about the gear, like the grapple shot, the hook shot, the hook blade, whatever. Yes, I just called it the hook blade.
Yeah, no, fuck that shit.
It's like, and I'm not saying it's bad, it feels weird. Like, the lore guys are going all over it because it's lore. But...
Well, as with all things Halo now, it feels absolutely convoluted and bullshit for Infinite.
Victor says, oh, I forgot, sorry. Nah, that's alright.
How dare you? Breathe.
Oh, at some point, Victor, remind me, I need to show you the rest of my Optimus Prime. But yeah, the live-action trailers, I saw the muted one, the mute guy, who has like a... I told you about it, with the guy, he was using sign language and everything. We were talking about that.
Yeah.
And that one was okay. I liked that one. It was, again, the trailer itself comes out of nowhere and it really has little context to it. Like, okay, what's the context of this trailer to the game?
Well, and that's the thing, is that it really feels like 343 is in general. They're just thrashing around in terms of where their focus is, what they're trying to do. They have no guiding mentality, nothing pulling them together for why they're doing what they're doing.
Blind man stumbling around in the dark.
God.
Not that it being light or dark would actually make any difference if you're blind. Yeah,
Depends on what kind of blindness, but yeah.
that's true. It could be like colorblind or maybe like light sensitivity. You know, it's well lit, maybe you can see, but I don't know. But yeah, the Halo Infinite live action trailers, the grapple shot one, it was cool, I guess, but again, it's like it just felt weird. I don't really know how to put it into words quite right, but like you're watching a trailer for essentially you're not really watching a trailer for Halo Infinite. You're watching an in-lore video, like an in-universe video about how the grapple shot that Master Chief uses in Halo Infinite was made.
I was like, who gives a fuck?
I don't know, maybe it'd be a little different if it was something iconic to Halo, like, you know, the Mjolnir powered assault
The grab
armor,
hammer or something like that.
or like an elite energy sword, or something like the combat armor, or like remember in the best live action trailer, Halo live action trailer of all time, Halo Landfall. They have that opening scene where you see the pelicans being assembled, and the warthogs are being assembled.
It shows them rearming fully.
And rearmament approved. Operation finish the fight. But yeah, it's look, they were very cool trailers, but they just, I don't know, they kind of lacked, I wouldn't say lacked substance, but lacked context.
What the fucking bullshit?
And you are completely getting destroyed by rocket launchers and explosions.
This is like the 4th or 5th time they're throwing like fucking Fat Man mini nukes and shit at me, and I am not geared up to be
No, you are not.
all out war against super mutants here. I'm like level 25.
I am stronger super mutant.
Well,
because I have mini nuke.
I've got this 50 caliber sniper rifle, but I don't know what the fuck's going on with it. Like the reticle on the scope is not where the bullet is landing, so I can't manually aim the thing apparently. Which is really goddamn annoying.
Send the robot in first. No kidding.
Why are you down there instead of up here with us?
Lego Timothy says 343 should fix the game instead of add stuff no one wants. You mean MCC?
Whoa. How else are they gonna rip you off?
No, I think he means the MCC, right? Because yeah, I agree. MCC needs a lot of fixing and a lot of missing content added in before they start. And we said this in the past a few weeks ago, but MCC right now, like they're so like, oh look, new cosmetics, new skins, new armor, new this, and it kind of ignore, and it's meant to distract you and make you forget about the lack of content that's missing from MCC. Okay, thanks, Timothy. Yeah, the lack of, like, again, where are custom game browsers for Halo 2, Halo 2 Anniversary, and Halo 4? Where is the freaking security chest piece for Halo 3? Where is the... Which technically isn't really a chest piece, but, I mean, it's in the chest piece category. I don't know. Anyway, like, but where is that security chest? Where is, if you really want to, have people come back to MCC because of, people getting tired of it after a few weeks, give us custom game browser for Firefight. That is something I've always wanted. This way, if I make something like Elite Tastrophe, which I made 2 years ago now, I make Elite Tastrophe, now I can just make it into a custom game on a custom games browser, and people can join me, and we can fight nothing but elites in Halo Reach, including a wave that consists entirely of ultras. Victor Wolfgang says, "In the words of my father, that's what the Germans have you believe." 343 to me clearly has a method to their madness. Oh, they totally do. It's called greed. They're doing whatever they think will make them the most amount of money. There's, it's a business. There's nothing wrong with that. But I mean, there's also the fact that
there's no issue with a company trying to make money. It's how you're going about it. And when you are purposefully ripping off your customers to try to make a quick buck, making a bad product, as opposed to actually going and developing a good product, which is what everyone would like.
Yeah, pretty much. No, I agree. They do have a method to their madness. It's just, it's not care for the, like, and maybe they do care for the community, but at the same time they don't. There's kind of a conundrum. At the end of the day, they're in it. What?
I don't think they care at all about the community.
Maybe they do, maybe they don't, or maybe they pretend to. I don't know. All I know is that there's a lot of the community. The community's still split. Like, you have a lot of yes men and a lot of naysayers, and very few people in between. Let's see. Lego Timothy says, "Show the brutes making a gravity hammer or something." That would have been cool. Especially with the Banished.
That would be interesting.
Especially with the Banished. The Banished are really... Halo Wars 2 was really cool because it introduced a new faction that was interesting. And we haven't had a good new faction in Halo since Halo 3 ended the Human Covenant War. Like, holy crap, now we have these Banished guys. These could be the new Covenant for us to fight in future games. And we got that wish, thankfully. But, like, maybe show us stuff like... I don't know, like, you look at all the Banished stuff. Like, look at Atriox. Atriox has ODST chest armor in his abdomen. Like, as part of his abdomen armor. It's an ODS chest piece because, he's a brute. They're giant. Now, supposedly, I think, like, one of his arms, because one of his arms is like a mech arm. It's not a robot. It's just, like, his arm is power armor. And I think it's made of dead Spartan 4's Mjolnir or something. I don't know. I don't know if that's actually the case or not. But it's still, like, yeah, you could, like, again, we've seen all these, like, kind of brute, Banished, mishmash stuff throughout Halo Wars 2 and now Halo Infinite. Show us some of that, right? But...
how dare you want to see this?
Because, like, the whole grapple shot trailer just screams gimmicky to me. Lego Smith says, "Oh, the factory, that was sick." Yeah, Halo Landfall, that was sick. Ooh, Sentinel Factory. That's what they should show. Anyway.
No, that would be interesting.
Right? Victor says, "Also, it's clear to me that the content of the trailer don't exactly matter, but the theme and feelings do. They have a thematic context to Infinite." Yeah, the whole believe, right? The hope, deliver hope trailer, like, believe in Master Chief, hope. Master Chief gives hope or something. Victor asks, Elite Catastrophe? That's right. You got Grunt Apocalypse. I made Jackal-Geddon, and I also made Elite Catastrophe. Jackal-Geddon has a little bit of spice to it in the form of a wave completely made up of skirmishers.
So in other words,
you think those guys are tough, in the campaign when it's just like 5 of them, and then like a bunch of elites and jackals and grunts? Imagine an entire wave that consists of just skirmishers on Legendary, with nothing but plasma pistols. They can fire those things like they're freaking plasma rifles, and it's freaking annoying. If you ever play it, you're welcome, and I'm sorry. Lego Timothy says, "I love the Banished. They are an aspect of this game I liked." Yeah, I love Halo Wars 2. I didn't play much of it. I played the beta, but obviously the blur cutscenes and the story of Halo Wars 2, it's not the best. Like, let's be honest, Halo Wars 1 had a better story.
How dare you?
But it's definitely better than anything else 343's put out thus far. And again, it set up a really good antagonist faction. The exposition was worse than Captain Keys's. They call it Halo, but it was still good despite the whole origin story from Isabel, which just kind of came out of nowhere. Like, that's something you put in a trailer. Like, that is something you put in a trailer. That whole origin thing for the Banished. Like, that's what you put in a trailer. And you have it in game, you have it be experienced through gameplay or through, as the story progresses and you have more and more encounters with the Banished. But that's just my personal opinion on how you do a story. And build up a antagonist. But either way, it was, the Banished are still cool antagonists. I do like them. I love the silver and red color scheme. I love the brute aesthetic. I love what they did to the Wraith.
I love what you did with your hair.
It's a Wraith with spikes on it.
I'll put spikes on you.
Let's see. Victor Wolfgang says, what about Huntergeddon? In Halo Reach, that might be worse than Elite Catastrophe, actually. Let's see, you got Gruntpocalypse, Jackalgeddon, Elite Catastrophe. What can we call Hunter? I don't know, Huntergeddon. Yeah, Huntergeddon, Jackalgeddon, they both work.
Hi. They let you in, huh? This is amazing. What gang you with again? Never seen anything.
It's a shame though that in Halo Reach you don't have both versions of Hunters like you did in Halo ODST. Because in ODST you had the Hunters with the beam cannons and you had the Hunters with the traditional fuel rod cannons. If you had that in Halo Reach, then I think a firefight mode would be great with only Hunters, because
If I remember right, there
you have
was
variety.
also then SPV3, which had a few different versions of Hunters.
Oh
as
yeah,
well.
you had the AA Hunters, you had the traditional Hunters, which were in gold like in ODST. And then you had the Beam Hunters, which I don't remember what color they were. I think they were normal. And you were able to steal their... once you killed them, you can take their cannon.
Oh, that
That was great.
awesome.
I loved meleeing with that thing, let alone using it. So much fun. So much fun. Seriously, that's another thing that pisses me off. Remember when they said no wildlife in Halo Infinite? Like, no hostile wildlife in Halo Infinite? Meanwhile, SPV3, a mod for Halo Combat Evolved, which came out in 2001, has not only wildlife that you can interact with, but hostile wildlife that you can interact with. But they can't do it for this game. Anyway, just fun to poke fun. It's worth poking fun at for. Victor Wolfgang says, a thing they should have done for Infinite was have it where when you damage banished vehicle, the armor falls off and now you have a regular Wraith. Or at the very least, something that resembles a regular Wraith. That would be interesting.
Yeah.
Similar to Halo 3 when you were bash a brute in the face and then all their armor would come off and they're just like a brute in an undersuit.
And like,
Or whatever the hell they were wearing underneath.
Oh shit!
You know what I mean? Like, they're wearing this ornate blue armor, and then you punch them, and then all the armor comes off. Oh, he only wants to give you a hug, Cam.
Not the plane.
I think he wants to give you more than a hug.
It's a good thing I had allies there.
Yeah, right.
Like right when it was about to apply the damage, they killed him.
Lego Timothy says they are classic while also being new. Talking about the Banished. Yeah. I do like how I do like the elite designs from Halo Wars 2 concept art and the menu screens and stuff. Like, they do look really good there. They look fine in Halo Infinite as well. I'm not a fan of how angular some of the elite armor is in Halo Infinite, but maybe recolor it like into a silver and red color scheme, and it would match the banished look, and then it makes sense. But that's just me making personal gripes and not having enough context to know what's going on yet. So, oh, I like how they had a little animation for that.
Yeah. I've got a hunting mod essentially that does that.
Does what was it, Mama Murphy still ask you for freaking Deathclaw eggs? Was it Mama Murphy?
I don't remember that.
Hey there.
Who asks for Deathclaw eggs again?
Let's see what you have.
I don't remember.
Lego Timothy says it would be sick to see some kind of other kinds of hunters like the one in Halo Wars 2. Yeah, as Cam and I were saying, with Halo, SPV3 did that very well, where you had 3 different types of hunters. I think it was 3. Obviously, they had like that mega hunter in Halo Wars 2 though, because it's a RTS game.
I mean, it makes sense there.
Yeah.
It's not an FPS, so everything's going to be a little.
Yeah, like having a scarab,
different.
like a hunter that's almost half the size of a scarab is it's fine.
Also, too, especially when you look at the lore of what the hunters are, it's like
They're
okay.
just a colony of worms. Technically, 2 hunters are 1 colony of worms, which is why they're like blood brothers. And supposedly, when you kill one, the other one's supposed to go ballistic, or on occasion just run away from you.
Run away, run away.
But gold call. Yeah, so there's that. I mean, hell, the scarabs are run by the same worms that the hunters are. And scarabs are fun boss fight too. That's another thing that pissed me off in that campaign overview. The Destiny style bosses. Also, would scarabs count as a hunter? I mean, yeah, like a mega hunter, I guess. I mean, it's essentially just, yeah, I mean, piloted by a bunch of worms. Like a Legolo or the Legolo or whatever the hell it is.
Breaky breaky.
So when they die, do they become worm food?
First of all, don't ask questions. Second of all, don't ask questions.
Also, Victor, no, I did not miss your question. Any thoughts on the reinterpretations? I love them. Wow, we really went on a Halo tangent there.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about all kinds of video games, so.
It's finally daylight in your game, though.
Yeah. Well, you never know. A storm could roll in, and hey, it's nighttime again.
Yeah, right.
Actually. One thing I'll note on the note of, again, Bethesda games and Fallout, but more Bethesda games in general, especially if you're gonna have a whole lot of mods, take the time, go through your load order in what's called X edit, so Fallout 4 edit, SSE edit for Skyrim Special Edition, S edit for Skyrim, but load up your load order there. Look at it through the Xedit program, because it takes essentially the game files and everything there, and it shows them to you in it shows you the details of the files of these records, the mods you're putting in there, and the base game, and it shows it to you in a almost like a spreadsheet kind of view. And so it makes it very easy to go and be like, hey, this mod, for example, let's say that, hey, mod A is adding this to this vendor's, let's say there's a shop, and this one mod adds this one item to their inventory. Another mod adds a completely different item to their inventory, but since they're both editing the same record, only one of those will win. So that would mean that in that case, you're only going to see one of those mods take effect unless you make a patch between the two. And you would have to manually do this unless the mod author is like, oh yeah, I'm aware of these issues and I made a patch between mod A and mod B. So unless the mod author does that, and realistically there's just so many mods out there that it's kind of hard to do that. Oh shit.
Strange things
So
are afoot
it's
in the Commonwealth.
really good to learn how to do this yourself. Because that way, you know, like when I went and played my current game, when I was setting it up, I went through every single mod to look for conflicts for any other mod, and where there were, I was like, okay, can I have both? Because with some things, it's like, okay, you can edit it and you can have both mod A and mod B, and it just works. With others,
Poor
that
choice of
won't
words, Cam.
happen. What was that?
Poor choice of words.
I don't get it.
You just said it just works.
Whatever.
Sorry.
Todd
I
Howard quote.
Uh-oh.
Little light stunning shows
I'm
people
stuck.
by money flows.
No.
It just
It just
works.
works.
Okay, let's see if that's frees me.
That song is brilliant, but
So cool tip. If you ever get stuck, and I find this happening more in Fallout 4 than anywhere else, but if you ever get stuck in a Bethesda game, you have the option, you have the ability to teleport to yourself. So I got stuck going out of the power armor, and I literally opened up the console and said player dot move to, so teleport the player to the player. So it teleported me, and because it always teleports you slightly behind where you were, it freed my movement up, essentially. Always good to know your debug options. This is a big lake.
Hey guys, I'm gonna have to head out for the night. So are we doing something tomorrow then?
yeah, we're gonna talk about Star Citizen stuff tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Because
We
tomorrow, I'm just trying to remember what do we have for Star Citizen tomorrow. Yeah, because we got a lot. Right, October 2021 monthly report. There was the new Hurston Dynamics armor. We got an Inside Star Citizen about mining, and new patch notes, some other stuff. And anti-cheat news, because now Star Citizen uses easy anti-cheat. So.
Anti-cheat, I seen that, yeah.
Which
Alright, well, I'll
hopefully
see you guys tomorrow then.
doesn't
That's it.
go awry, but yeah. Alright.
What could possibly go
Yeah.
wrong?
Nothing goes wrong ever.
Alright.
Got it.
Right now I'm trying to find where the hell I put that my video of Elite Catastrophe, like the raw video, because it's obviously still on the YouTube channel. But where the hell is the raw footage?
Myrna tried to shoot me. That was a tough 2 weeks.
On the topic of mods, I need to upload my Halo 3 The Loyalist playthrough. It's a mod that replaces a lot of brute squads in the game, in the campaign, with elites. But you can kill elites with Arbiter. He seems to be fine with it. Doesn't make any other changes really, it's just now elites are enemies. I'll never be able to finish it though, because when the anniversary patch update went live, it broke the mod. As per frickin' usual. Every time MCC has a new update, it breaks whatever mods you have.
Of course.
So,
That's why I love too when Bethesda's like, oh hey, we're updating Skyrim Special Edition, and all the modders.
it's worse for the modders because like you think it's bad because the mod doesn't work. They have to recreate the mod.
Well, I mean, not necessarily
For Halo Master Chief Collection, they kind of do though.
issues you add, and there will be and are issues.
I should be able to actually just go on
Bethesda
though.
doesn't care.
I'll just put the video link in the chat. Find like the YouTube video link, because I'm not gonna be able to find the raw file. But I didn't have a name for it yet. I completed it. Catastrophe. To this day, I'm still surprised that I actually managed to go 11 minutes without dying against
Was that long,
elites.
Reza? What?
Also, I recently started playing Cursed Halo 3, which is a new mod for Halo 3 that all cursed and fucked. It is interesting.
Is it though?
Well, every vehicle has become an abomination.
You say that so harshly.
The SMGs fire brute spiker grenades. The pistols have become Spartan lasers. However, they don't have to charge up. You just fire and bam, laser. And you have eight. And you have 8 rounds, and you reload normally like a normal Magnum. The assault rifle just combusts when you fire it.
Is that the default weapon too?
Yeah. Essentially, it's like the first thing you do whenever you're in a level, get rid of your weapon. And get a new weapon. Because the assault rifle is not the weapon you want. Unless you want to die. Then it's the weapon you want.
I see.
The BR, you just click the trigger once, and it empties the entire clip. Let's see, the Brute Shot is now a Wraith plasma mortar that fires at slow speed until, like, for 2 seconds, or 3 seconds, and then just goes right to where you were aiming, like at light speed. Victor asks, hey, question. What's your thoughts on my Transformers reinterpretation? I already said I love it. Dude, some of those are really good. And what do you think of Victor's...
How dare you
Transformers designs in our Discord server. I like the new take on Unicron's chest, and how he has like a giant, essentially a giant laser in his chest. Kind of reminds me of the old Armada toy. Starscream's design kind of reminds me of Sideways, and what the hell was his helmet design reminds me of who's the Air Razor, right, from Beast Wars.
What in the hell's wrong with you? You don't get to vanish like this.
Oh, good, Victor. Don't worry about
How
it.
many booby traps
Gave
you
him
have?
simpler engineering.
We're
Yeah, it
still
works.
here. He's your kid, not mine. So you better get your shit together.
I think maybe the collar section's a little weird, but I do like that you have the opening of his alt mode being his chest.
I know you're in there, so just open
It
up.
essentially makes it like he has a giant death ray in his chest, and I like that.
Look, they ain't gonna wait
Iron Man
tonight.
Unibeam type thing.
We leave in the morning, so just finish playing.
And again, it's like the classic Armada toy had that. You know, the chest opened up and there's a giant mega cannon, like a particle cannon.
Giant.
Giant. I really like how you did. I love the creativity you have with yeah, I was about to say Sideways, Soundwave.
Maybe you figured out something along
I
the
love how
way.
you did the visor.
Learning it now. Just wasn't fair, Coral. If not for this kid.
It's a mix of G1, Prime, and movie. Starscream, I mean.
I'm hungry too.
I can see it. Yeah, I can see it. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Prime. That was it. Yeah, I'm starting to see it now. Okay, thank you.
Hi. What the hell?
I did notice that, by the way, with the chest. The chest reminded me instantly of the Bumblebee movie Seeker design. And I like the intakes, the G1 style intakes. I was just mentioning that he has his null rays remind me of Sideways' arm cannons from Armada. But I do like the bulk he has, even though he's very much Prime in design. Again, it's a very nice amalgamation there. Or inspiration. Yeah, honestly, that Soundwave head can go for whichever gender you want to have Soundwave. Honestly, like, I really do like the visor. The version of Soundwave I've been going for, I'm actually doing the opposite of what you did, where you have the visor kind of more oversized. I'm going for like a slit visor. Something a bit like, I'm trying to go for a more intimidating Soundwave, so I want it to be like he has, you know, like a very V-shaped visor, not like the goggle look that he traditionally has in G1 and other media. But that's just because that's what I want to do. So.
Is it though?
I mean, I keep telling myself. Hey, honesty is the best policy, until it isn't. I really love your Primax armor, Optimus. Even went for the optimal Optimus colors at one point. I like that. Did I miss Jetfire? Or is that just, I have to scroll up for it? I feel like I've commented on Jetfire, but I just don't remember. Because you've been on a roll. Yeah, I have come to Jetfire. Okay, yeah, I love the Skyfire look, and then older looks more like Jetfire.
This can't be good.
Don't think I can pick this.
I really like what you did with the face too.
Not the face. Not the face.
Is that part of your I guess for a lack of better term, I'm going to call it your transform. I don't even know. What are you going to even call that? Like I guess Star Trek Transformers blend story you're working on, Victor. You're gonna make the optimal look canon as a prototype? Okay. Transformers culmination. Probably better than my idea of I was gonna offer Transformers Better Worlds, Transformers New Worlds. Probably a little too on the nose. I don't know. Let's see, what about Transformers The Frontier? The culmination of every element in the franchise. Oh, is this separate from the one where where you're telling me the story is they're looking for a new planet and Megatron was Optimus Prime's first officer on his ship? Same story. Okay. You still alive there, Cam?
Hmm?
But Frontier makes more sense. Alright, well. I'll write it down for you here. Mind the bad spelling.
We're going. We don't need to spell.
By the way, did you see my Halo HUD design? Or Halo CE HUD design? To make it more in line with the other games. On the topic of mods, I'd love to have a mod that actually makes a functional Halo Reach style HUD for CE. Not like overhauling Halo CE at all, just the HUD. Although Halo CE's HUD I prefer over Halo 2. I just don't like that the HUD's on the bottom, like the shields indicators on the bottom of the screen. Never a huge fan of that. And you can tell that many other people weren't, otherwise they wouldn't have put it back on the top of the screen in every other game since.
It took me a while.
Victor says the idea is that they were going to colonize a new world for Cybertron, but the space bridge in Cybertron's orbit broke after the arc went through, forcing them to crash on Earth and making everyone on Cybertron think they're dead. Right, and that's where you're going to have Rodimus Prime in this version take over because they think he's dead. Everyone doesn't like him because of that, and a cheeky reference. I'm remembering that correctly. I don't really have to remember, I can just scroll through the freaking Discord server. That's another thing. Anyone watching, whether you're watching this live or catching this on the rerun later, link for the Discord server is in the description below, as always, and you can just pop in and join us, give it a shit, talk Halo, Fallout, Transformers, what have you. Star Citizen? I mean, Star Citizen's pretty much the Trojan horse we carry around. We can literally make Star Citizen a topic from anything. It's either a curse or a talent. We've yet to decide. Also, on the topic of mods, I need to bone up on the new Halo 2 and 3 mod tools. Because I want to try and make that Halo 3 of Evolved mod I've been designing on paper. I have some test footage of the Halo CE Assault Rifle and Halo 3, but that's all I have so far.
The answer is more. You must get more.
Yeah, and that was done in assembly. Now I need to learn a whole new set of tools.
Really strong.
That will not be easy, but it will probably be worth it. Also the fact that...
Unless it's just what they want you to think.
Well, I've had this idea for a Halo 4 campaign overhaul mod. I don't know what I'm going to call it. Maybe I'll simply call it Halo 4 Combat Evolved or something, I don't know. But essentially it's a... When I say campaign overhaul, I mean overhaul. Every single model in Halo 4, whether it's a vehicle, character... Let me put it this way. Master Chief... Replace his character model with his Halo 3 character model. All the weapons replaced with their Halo 3 and or Halo Reach models. Nice. Enemies, same thing. Spartan 4s in the campaign, replace them with the Halo Reach Spartan 3 character models. Marines, replace them with the Halo 3 Marine character models.
Is it just replacing things?
It's pretty much just, again, campaign overall. Essentially like an SPV3 style thing, but for Halo 4. But making it more lore-friendly and making it more consistent with art style. Like, instead of making it jarring because it's completely different from every other Halo game, at least on MCC, it's making it more in line with Halo 3 and Halo Reach, and having it share the same aesthetic that those two games have. Especially since Halo 4, Chief is supposed to be in the same armor as he was in the end of Halo 3, so... Also, all the weapons that you at least have in the first 2-3 missions in the game should be the same weapons that you have in Halo 3, because you're only picking up whatever weapons are scattered about from the wreck of the Forward Unto Dawn. So. Yeah, it is one hell of a project that I have to first concept on paper, and either spend years learning how to do all this, or enlisting help, or both. Either way, this is going to be a big project.
Just a little bit.
I mean, let me put it this way. There's a level in Halo 4 where you're flying around in the Pelican, but because the Pelican looks horrible and the mechanics for it kind of suck in Halo 4, and, you know, in that level, the second you find a Banshee, you're running to that because it's already better than the Pelican. I want to make it where, first off, you're replacing the Pelican model with that of Halo Reach's Pelican, because that is a sexy beast. Second, you're refining the mechanics so it flies better and actually has the engines move depending on where you're moving and stuff like that, which is already in existence with Halo 3 mods. I actually have one, so that shouldn't be too difficult. I just need to learn how they did it there, and I can just ask around for that. Then you also need to balance things out. And again, like there's going to be a complete overhaul and rebalance of how weapons and everything work in Halo 4. It's again, it is a overhaul of the entire game. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to change everything. Like like for instance, the forward onto Dawn, I'm not going to be able to change how that looks. At least me personally, I won't be able to. Maybe I can ask someone to get me the model from Halo 3. But the level is going to be completely different then. I'm fine with keeping the level and forward onto Dawn as it is in Halo 4 Vanilla, but everything else is going to change. First off, Elite Halo Reach model, because why not? They look better and don't look like brutes. Hold on a sec.
They don't stand a chance.
Oh, fuck.
Sorry, my roommate came in.
How dare they?
Yeah. He needed
I say.
money for the laundry. He's going to wash stuff. Let's see, Victor says, there are actually 13 primes at a time. Optimus is like the head of the modern group, and next in line to be Magnus, and Rod was his disciple before he became captain of the army. Jesus, yeah. Again, I want to essentially make Halo 4 a game where, again, that's just not jarring, but actually like, oh hey, this is actually a fun sequel. Obviously, there's not much I can do about some of the story elements and voice acting stuff.
Do your own voice acting.
Yeah, that's not going to go well. But I can at least try to make the game more fun to play and better to look at.
No.
Thankfully, a lot of the stuff in Halo 4, weapon and vehicle-wise, are just retextured and or recolored versions of items from Halo Reach. At least some of that stuff is done for me already, but not all of it. Here's the thing. Warthog. Halo Reach Warthog, because that thing just looks beautiful. What Victor says, so have a more gradual transition of the art styles? Well, not so much a transition, it's going to be just the classic art style. Like, you're going to have, like, essentially I'm essentially giving Halo 4 a new coat of paint, or rather an old coat of paint.
How dare you?
First level would be completely redesigned. Yeah, because the forward design is actually smaller than the mission, the level is. I don't know how I'm going to do that, but again, that's why I have to concept all this stuff. Mando, what? Victor asks Mando, what? Sorry, I had... before, when I had to leave. Victor says, I prefer the modern hog nowadays. I just figured if I'm going to be replacing all this stuff, might as well go with my personal favorite, which is the Halo Reach hog.
You're not allowed to have favorites. How dare you?
I mean, I'll probably keep the Mantis as it is, just because I don't know what else to do with it. And I do enjoy the Mantis in terms of function. I hate the design, and that's not like a Halo 343 art design thing. I just don't like the design as it is. It just looks ugly. I'm not a fan of chicken leg robots. But, you know, as a huge Transformers fan, people, you know, Victor, you should know, I'm not a fan of chicken leg robots. I like my robots to be more humanoid.
Sweet.
Actually, someone recommended to me that I try to replace the model for the Mantis with the Cyclops from Halo Wars. But I think that might be biting off more than I can chew, and I'm already doing a lot of that. Victor says, I like the legs on movie Screamer. I actually gave my Screamer chicken leg, elite legs. Well, I mean, it's different on a biological being, but on a robot... Like, I don't even like it in Titanfall. I tolerate it, though, because everything else is so much cool that it's just so cool that it compensates for it. Cam, I might screw with your footage for a second on the stream, though. Just to show something off. Oh, and it's completely worked. Hold on.
Work.
Work. She's a pretty booty. There we go. I made a Halo CE custom HUD. It's, yeah. I can try to make it fit the screen.
Can you?
I mean, yeah, there you go. You're running around with an assault rifle right now. It's more efficient for running. Oh, it totally is. I don't know. It just from a design point, I just don't like it. But it's not that it's not a. Again, it's just completely aesthetic reasoning that I don't like it. It's not functionality.
How dare you?
And now he's saying in the chat, work.
Work.
I'm the bear. I am the bear. But yeah, you have a custom Halo CE HUD that I made overlaid on your screen now. with an assault rifle.
This doesn't look like Halo graphics.
And it's still there every time you're in a menu or anything too, so it makes completely no sense.
Life doesn't make any sense.
But for anyone that's curious, I made this HUD from scratch.
How dare you?
Pretty much, I recreated the shield. I recreated the Halo CE shield and mirrored it. So this way, it's like a Halo Reach shield, but you know, it's Halo 3. It's got the curved edges and the health icons. Got the Halo Reach compass slash degree heading on top.
You like Diamond City Radio?
I wonder what warp means in universe.
Don't ask questions.
I mean, it's Johnson saying go, 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 but reversed, so maybe it just means go, go, go.
Go, go, Power Range. Oh, wait, wrong franchise.
Go, go saying Healy Rangers. They have those. So. Also, you can notice on the HUD overlay I made, there's you have the CE, the Mark V cap. Alright, I'll get rid of it if it's a little annoying.
I'm always worried I'll trip.
There is something that we are forgetting, though. The best sound an elite makes is when you kill them and they scream. Roar! Morbid, but it's also hilarious.
I'm going to make you scream when you see the wonderful deals we have.
I'm a slasher of prices. It's from what was it? It was freaking Hot Fuzz. Timothy Dalton, bad guy. Spoilers, but not really because it's
You've
pretty
ruined
much
it all.
implied at the very beginning of the freaking movie.
You have ruined everything.
Okay, I seem to have a tendency to do that a lot.
I blame Canada.
As
They've
you
had it
should.
too good for too long.
And Koulios isn't here to defend himself. Or Canada.
Exactly. Oh.
He always leaves right as we start blaming Canada. Or right before. All the fun out of it.
Damn, it's dusty in here.
It's over.
Oh, King Crash. That's not bad though.
Oh, the game.
Yeah.
Wow, that lasted for a while though.
Yeah, well, in considering, so I was playing for a good, like, probably 1 or 2 hours before I started off, and again, I've got nearly 600 mods here. So
Yeah,
that ain't bad.
Is that the
And
longest
honestly,
we've gone so far?
That's the
with
biggest
that?
issue I've had.
That might be the longest you've gone though, isn't it?
I mean, not with my current playthrough. I'm pretty sure I've got some kind of like a memory leak or some bullshit that's going on with it, but it's been pretty consistently staying strong here. I've only found, and then even still with my current setup here, I've only had since I went through and like I said, I went through in Fallout 4 edit. I pretty much just looked at, are there any mods conflicting with each other? If so, you know, can I go and make a manual patch, or do I need to make it so just one overrides the other? But I essentially went through and tried to work out maximum compatibility with my load order here. And after doing that, the only 2 other issues I found one issue with the Vault Tech Regional Headquarters building, apparently there was some issue that one mod added with its pre-combines, which essentially what those are is that Bethesda said, hey, you know, if you have a world space area that takes up, especially if it's like a town or something, that takes up a lot of graphical and processing power to load, you know, every single wall, every single pile of clutter, etc. So what they do is they go, okay, here's the basic building, not including like desks or interactables, but the basic clutter, the basic environment of it.
Right.
And they go and they bake all of that in, you know, and they'll adjust each thing, like here's this one pile of trash, here's this other thing, here's this other thing, but then they bake all of that into a single mesh, a single item, which makes it a lot less processor heavy. And then they go and they add all the little stuff on top of that. Problem is if a mod goes and changes any of that, it can break those, and it can range from either issues of stuff not loading right to crashes to desktop, simply because it just the game freaks out. But in this case, I was able to keep the references, which is where references are all the actual things. So if you put like a shelf, it has a reference. If you put an item on the shelf, it has a reference. So I just went and removed the pre-combines, which does lead to graphical issues, but the game will still load. And I was like, yeah, I'll take that as a fair alternative to crashing every time I enter this location, because now I can actually do the quests that are at the location. So, but it's stuff like that. But at the same point, I should also note that I've been modding Bethesda games for years now, so I do have a decent amount of experience to draw on in terms of resolving those kinds of issues.
Yeah, I've seen your experience.
I mean, I started modding. I think I started PC modding stuff. I want to say with Fallout New Vegas. I know I bought it originally on console, but no, actually, I take that back. I think it was Skyrim. Original Skyrim when it came out, because that was when I would have gotten really my first personal computer. That was, you know, like mine instead of just like the family's computer. And so I'm like, well, hey, I'm gonna go and fuck around with mods, because now I can go and download all these random files on the internet and not, you know, take down the family's computer.
And by the way, for anyone curious, this is the Halo 3 The Loyalists mod I have playing right now on the screen, which is again,
I'm loading back in right now also.
Yeah, I figured I'd have something on the screen for them while do that.
Oh, actually, you know what? I lied. The first game I would have modded would have been Jedi Knight Jedi Academy.
Yeah, I think the first game, you know what, that might be the first game I modded too.
If we stick together, we'll
Then Star Wars Battlefront. And then after that, I spent years just modding that over and over literally to death. I started my personal channel around that. Then lost interest and stopped caring, and then
This is why we have thousands of followers now, right?
yeah. But now I have you know, Halo mods. Again, I need to start finding Cyberpunk mods, because I've heard they really do fix a lot of them. Again, Cyberpunk's pretty much Fallout 4, but not made by Bethesda and not Fallout. You know, like, it has all the same problems in that it's glitchy, and it has all the mods fix it. And I do need to try it. Oh, I've seen a Terminator mod, where you literally get to play as either a Terminator, like, you know, Cyberdyne System 101.
Wait, Terminator. So you run around and fire people from the corporate land?
No, you get to play as a Terminator. Alright,
Also, you fucking fuck.
But,
The Grunt's newfound courage is but fear. When we are victorious,
First squad, you're my scouts. Move out, quiet as you can.
Victor Wolfung says, I'm pretty proud of my Ironhide, and yeah, you should be. It's a good Ironhide design. Idea is that he grows into his G1 self from the Energon version. I really like what I'm doing with Galvatron. Can you turn down the volume on the game, please? Oh, I didn't realize it had... Oh, okay. Sorry. Forgot that there was audio, because I'm not hearing it.
Mando.
Stupid... Blame Streamlabs. I'm... Alright, sorry. Sorry. Would be, Yeah, that would have been... Well, I'm going to turn that down a few dozen decibels there. Hopefully it's muted now, so you should be fine. Thank you so much for bringing that up, Victor. Man, I feel bad for people on the
gun sounds now.
What was that?
They can't hear my lovely gun sounds now.
Well, now they can. Actually, can they? Screen volume is at full. Okay, good.
Nice.
Screen share volume is full. They can hear the game. And you. And me.
And Papa Louie.
Do, 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 do. So what are you wearing that's giving you this vision?
So I have a thermal visor. It's essentially it's heat vision. What it really is, it's the effect that goes and highlights enemies.
Right.
But it essentially just gave it a red tint here.
Oh, it makes it look like thermal.
Exactly. Which, and especially when there's ghouls all over the place and they're kind of like lying in wait, and when you get near, they'll cry out and be like, so it helps to see, is that body on the floor? Is it
Also,
body,
yeah, it
or
also
is
makes
a
sense
ghoul?
that you would be able to equip some gear like that.
I actually have a mod with proper night vision goggles and shit, but I haven't gotten around to the location. There's like a blueprint I have to find. I haven't gotten to that location yet. Once I do, I get real night vision and thermal vision.
Victor says, my actual
Anyway,
Galvatron is a G2 recolor of Meg's. The G1 look is a stupid huge suit of armor he uses. The Primax armor in universe was made to combat the Gal's Giga armor. Alright.
Don't have the key. That's it.
Oh crap, I just realized I might not... well, if we do a show tomorrow, we might have to start late because I have a doc's appointment. 2:30.
What could possibly go wrong?
I mean,
Morning, teachers and
many things. But I was more concerned with that I'm going to be
here at Suffolk
late.
County Charter School.
I hope everyone
The show
is getting
tomorrow.
their costumes together for the annual Halloween festival. I would like to take this opportunity to remind you that no outside food is to be brought on campus as of this week. This goes for faculty as well as students. We have received generous donations for our implementation of the nutrition alternative
Chained on
booster.
the other side.
It says, I'm actually going to do Inferno next. I look forward to it. I assume you're going to be basing it off of Energon and then he grows into G1 Inferno. It would make sense size-wise, given how, you know, Energon Inferno is not exactly the biggest and bulkiest of the bunch, whereas G1 Inferno really was. Victor also says, "Cool. I would actually be able to attend because tomorrow is a school day for me." Yeah, I mean it's Monday, so yeah, we're probably normally we start at 6, but again, between the drive there, the waiting room BS, and then the meeting itself, which is probably gonna be like an hour, and then waiting to get paperwork and stuff settled, and then driving back, and I'm probably gonna do some shopping on the way back just because I promised my roommate.
Wait, they let you drive?
Eh.
Oh no.
They don't let me do anything, I just do it anyways. No, they I'm gonna do that, so it's gonna be packed day tomorrow. And I'll have to, essentially I'm going straight from work to the doc's office. Then I'm gonna have to go back to work on the way home, check in on things and everything's alright, and then go back and then get home. I'll be lucky if I make it home by 6. Huh. Alright. I'm down for that, Victor. What if he becomes Beast Wars Inferno and Galvatron succeeds in making him evil?
Friday all.
Evil!
The NAPT program launched this week with success, but not without problems. I hate to have to throw away your mother's carefully packed lunches, but I am afraid we must put our foot down on this issue. I am assured all of you will get used to the flavor of the pace. Also, I have been informed that flavor varieties will be on their way pending continued success of the program. How exciting! To those complaining, I will repeat. There are absolutely no psychological or physical side effects from participation in the NAPT.
Oh, of course. Of course there's going to be no side effects whatsoever.
And
Yeah.
possibly related to
Well,
a lack of
it's
trust in the government.
Vault Tech
Remember,
essentially
our participation
paying
in NAPT
the school
not
here,
only helps our
giving them
school,
money
but in
because
the
of course the
long
schools
run
are horribly
benefits
funded
our
here.
nation.
Is this the Super Soldier program school?
Principal
No,
Hudson,
this is a different one. Ooh, that one was really.
Yeah. They kill them, use their DNA, clone them,
this was
and
the one where they had this like food paste that was making people super aggressive because the Vault Tech was like going like, hey, can we make some kind of they're essentially testing a different version of like Psycho, essentially.
Yes.
But it was making people, of course, super aggressive, which was the point. And so they were paying the school to essentially test this without the school, of course, knowing any of the
Right.
intended side effects or anything there. The school is just like, we're just being paid for us to test this new product. It's like, yeah.
Victor says proceeds to
honestly,
die because screw Voltec.
The universe of Fallout is hilarious because it's like a much more light-hearted version of how badly can we make things go that Warhammer 40k has, but like I said, with a much more light-hearted tone, generally speaking.
It's humored in the absurdity of the situations in
Yes. Yes.
Like a vault of drug addicts that they cure, and then have a cabinet full of drugs for them to stumble upon, and then let all hell break loose. Or, literally the vault that's red versus blue in New Vegas.
Ugh. So much terrible shit.
Like literally the stupidest of social experiments, but they exist and they did it like just because they can.
Here I come, I am
And there's so many theories of Vault-Tec because it's kind of implied, isn't it? Like Vault-Tec started the war.
Well, no, it is still, at least up until, from what I understand of it, it is still ambiguous as to who or what entity actually kicked off the war. Because at least as far as most information we as players have gotten, no entity out there, government or otherwise, seem to actually be ready for the apocalypse. And it's like, if you're the one kicking it off, you'd wait for your team to be, and bearing in mind, of course, you had like groups within groups within groups. It's like, oh, hey, you have the government, but not everyone in the government is on the same page. That kind of shit. But generally speaking, at least as far as I understand, there's several groups that could have potentially kicked off the war. So one is, of course, Vault-Tec, but they seem to be as in the dark, at least per information we've gotten, than as everyone else. There's the Enclave, which of course was a subset
Which I think would
of
probably
the
be
US government.
a big candidate as well.
But the Enclave also seemed to be caught very flat-footed on it, so it doesn't really seem that that's the case either. You have, of course, the Chinese or their allies, because the big thing was.
And they did fire bombs, at least that hit America. So.
But even then, again, China seemed to be caught very flat-footed with it, and
that leaves a third party or fifth party.
Well, exactly. Now that being said, also too, in Fallout 3, they in the Mothership
Megaton?
Zeta DLC,
Oh.
some of the information we got suggested as just a potential that aliens were trying to get the launch codes to the nuke. So that adds them as, again, a potential.
Which is why I say a fifth party, because we now have 4 parties.
Exactly.
That could have done it.
Of course, there's all kinds of other subgroups in there. It's like, it's pretty clear not everyone at Vault-Tec was on the same page.
Right.
Not everyone
and the Enclave was on the same page.
The government and even the Enclave were on the same page. So it's like there's any number of potential instigators there. So at least as far as I myself am aware, information-wise, we still do not actually know who.
And I kind of hope we never get an answer. Some things just don't need to have an answer.
Because we're always playing after the war, Fallout 4's intro notwithstanding. So it's like, in my opinion, we should not get an answer of that.
It also leaves ambiguous, intrigue and mystery, and that honestly, without the mystery, then why the interest, right?
It's been a fabulous Wednesday here at Suffolk County Charter School. The Glee Club is having their seasonal bake sale today. So stop by and show your support so we can send our team to the regionals.
By the way, I forgot to mention just a little bit. Halo Infinite is rated T for teen, by the way, so we are kind of fucked.
So no blood, no gore, no swearing.
Well, there's gonna be blood splatter when you fire at people, but there's no gonna be blood. There's no blood splatter on the
If
floor.
they're replaced with confetti now, I'm kidding.
Well, I mean, the grunt will always
That
have
would be
confetti. And glorious celebration whenever you shoot him in the head. Up and then a yay from little children.
My bone meal with mole rat teeth. But switch to bone. It's easier to find. You can only eat so much mole rat, you know?
Victor says, I'm thinking of making Firestarter and Inferno siblings, and Red Alert be his girlfriend, Red's female name. Oh, interesting. I was thinking of having Sideswipe, Red Alert, Sunstreaker, and a character I was going to create called Straight Shot, who are all
Red Alert? I remember
siblings. They all share the same alt mode. And, well, if I say anything more, then there's no there. Megzy1's in the chat saying the lockpicking mechanic that would be used in Terminator Resistance as a nod to T2 when Sarah picked her way out of her cell. Noise.
Ooh.
No, I think they kind of just stole the lockpicking mechanic from Fallout. We are playing Fallout 4, a heavily modded Fallout 4, but Fallout 4 nonetheless, which released in 2015. Was it May 2015? Or March? It was early to mid 2015, wasn't it?
You think I'm a hero? Heroes.
But yeah, so Fallout released 2015. Fallout 4 released 2015. Obviously, Fallout, the lockpicking in Fallout has been like that since Fallout 3, which released in 03?
All right, enough of the hero.
Yeah?
Huh? What? Who?
I think Fallout 3 released in 03, right?
No. It would have been like 06.
I'm checking right now because we have the tools.
I know
we have the
Fallout
time.
New Vegas came out around like 08, 09, and Fallout 3 only came out like.
Okay, no, yeah, it was 08. Yeah, Fallout 3 released in October 28th, 2008. So that's when the lockpicking that then Terminator Resistance and all the
Well, no, we also had
Fallout
the
games afterwards
Oblivion
used.
lockpicking, although Oblivion's lockpicking was noticeably different.
But the same visual was used. No?
Well, no. Because remember with Oblivion's, it was you actually were...
No, in Fallout 3, I mean.
Yes.
Yeah. Obviously, in Fallout, in Oblivion is different because it's a fantasy game versus a relatively based on real world sci-fi post-apocalyptic game. Victor says, I like the idea that starters of the war being vague. Yes, I wonder how you would end the story of Fallout, like a sort of definite end.
I don't think it should have a definite end.
I mean, you could just keep going further and further into the, next game set 10 years, and another 10 years, another 10 years. I mean, we're already 200 and something years post-war in Fallout. With Fallout 4. Well, the first game was only, 100 years? I honestly don't remember, but it was, yeah, it's... I mean, hopefully it doesn't end, but I don't know, maybe if it keeps going downhill like it has with Fallout 4 and then 76, an end is necessary. Victor says, so no Flood. Yeah, I hope they still do Flood. I mean, look, Halo Wars 2 was rated T for teen, I think, and they still had Flood in it. The cutscenes even reused all the Halo 2 Anniversary Flood designs, so maybe they still can use Flood, but
Can they? Yes. Will
they're not. It's not going to be like a Halo CE 343 Guilty Spark level where you are introduced in this really dark, spooky swamp.
Spoopy?
Then you enter this facility and it's very empty. And you see all these Covenant. They're all dead. All this blood on the walls in the hallways.
Bob, I knew Bob.
Elevator shafts covered in blood, and then the whole cutscene, and the Flood.
Elevator, more like Elevator.
Elevator, I barely know her.
But what if you do?
Victor Hawk says, the amazing Spino made a Sunstreaker female and Sideswipe male. Personally, you go one way or another. It feels weird if they're mixed. That came out so bad, sorry. No, it could have been worse. I don't even know how that was... But anyway. After a certain point, there still being an apocalypse would be dumb. Yeah, I guess. That is true.
Well, I mean, on one hand, yes, absolutely. And that's why I do kind of get annoyed, especially with what they did in 76 with the building mechanics of where, yeah, I mean, just regular people would have been able to start rebuilding. And even if you're like, okay, well, at a certain point after the bomb site, you know, let's say between T0 and 60 years after the bombs fell, everything is too much of a hellhole. People are too busy just trying to survive for them to build anything. Okay, let's even say 100 years. But in 100 years, especially since knowledge is still out there, tools are still out there, people just have to go and use them, relearn how to use them.
Like the followers of the apocalypse.
Well, exactly. And I mean, and that's why it's like, look at, for example, that with the NCR. It's like we don't see, at least by and large from what I remember seeing, we never saw any new building being made or being set up, or you never saw old stuff being repurposed, which makes sense to a degree.
At least for starting up an infrastructure again.
Yeah. And it's like, if you have something already available, of course you're going to use what's already there if it works. But at the same point, it's like the knowledge to go and put together a few wooden boards and make a shack. It's not like this is fucking crazy. Because it's like also too, bearing in mind, you know, wacky post-apocalyptic worlds aside, you still have the basics of human knowledge and ingenuity. And that people are going to go and look at, you know, even ignoring that, hey, you've got examples everywhere for what you can do, how you can use resources, etc. People are going to go, hey, I want to go and put together a wall. I want to go and do this. I want to go and do that. Whatever. People are going to go and do that and go, okay, well, how do I do that? Oh, I can put a piece of metal through the wood, and hey, now I can go and, you know, now I can go and put pictures on the wall. Now I can go and put wood together to, you know, et cetera, et cetera. It's like, this isn't stuff that's like nuclear fusion. This is stuff that anyone could you know, you could look at a wall and have a basic idea of how this went together. So I do kind of get annoyed that society isn't building itself up at a faster rate here, but it is what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's one thing if it's like, look, this is a nuclear apocalypse. Obviously, we can speculate how humanity would, how humanity would react, but we don't know. And again, you'd have
also too. This is a post-apocalyptic world where it's based on a neo-futuristic approach to where radiation can make you get superpowers.
Or as the screen currently shows, have giant scorpions. And that's another thing. Is also we have a bunch of factions that are vying for power, which instead of, you know, again, that's going to limit and hinder your rebuilding because they're all vying for power on to rebuild and how to rebuild. But they're too busy battling each other instead of rebuilding. But Victor, you are absolutely right that after a while it does get kind of stupid. Like, why aren't they rebuilt? Like if you know, okay, say 100 years after Fallout 4 is set, yeah, at that point that's a little much. Especially after what we saw with the Institute and the Brotherhood in Fallout 3 and Fallout 4. And other cities like Rivet City in Fallout 3.
Yeah. They had a lot of ammo on them.
Good old 308 rounds, eh? Victor Wolfung said, Blood? I haven't been here, though. NCR is a good example, yep. The heart of the NCR in 2 had new construction, actually. The further from the capital you went, the more poor. And obviously your actions in the game would change that. Like 300 years is the most. Yeah, no, that I agree, because eventually it gets kind of tiring. Like, really, there's still like nothing's changed
and
from.
I will note too, in terms of like, yeah, like okay, hey, if we want to make a new Fallout game, we're going to have to go and make it so that the canon events of previous games, depending on where we are on the timeline, are applicable and stuff. We aren't just overwriting stuff. But at the same point, we also have the entirety of the US and the entirety of timelines here, as we saw with 70s Hits, for example, where they're like, hey, this is 20 years after the war. So, everything is still completely fucked. So it's like, I think they have options for them to keep exploring the Fallout universe for a very long time here. Just, it's a matter of if they can really go and make decent gameplay elements, as opposed to just figuring out what setting to put the game in my opinion. Ooh, I got 2 more disposable rockets.
Well, I think that's the problem, is that they're more concerned with the gimmick of setting versus story and world building.
No, absolutely. They absolutely are.
I think Fallout 4
and
is a
really
testament to
sucks.
that precisely.
Well, and unfortunately, it seems like with most AAA game, or all AAA game companies and most game companies in general, most of them are moving toward this. Ooh, that was a big boom. Most of them are moving toward this idea of games as a service, of not releasing an actual finished product, and pretty much just fucking around with it instead of actually just going, hey, we're going to make a good game. We're going to put the time and the work and the effort into it. And what I don't get to from a game development point of view is that technology has improved a lot. Graphics have improved a lot. Yet, writing by and large, in terms of the effort involved and technologies involved in terms of the writing process, really have not changed overly much like other technologies have. Therefore, to my mind, it should, because it's like, oh hey, if you want to make a modern video game, 8-bit graphics, 16-bit graphics aren't going to cut it. People want 3-dimensional. People want high-quality models. It's like, hey, I'm holding this gun in my hand and I can see all the little details of rust and shit on the clamps that hold the scope onto my rifle. That's quality stuff there. But at the same point, it's like the technology and the money and effort required nowadays to go and make something like that are a lot higher. than what they would have been, you know, 5, 10, 15 years ago. Therefore, it's really confusing to me that when you look at modern video games, it's all about the graphics and very little about the story. When it's like, realistically, it would seem, given that, like I said, the cost of doing such hasn't really changed. It's like, why would it not be really, really great story stuff and and low quality graphics? It really doesn't make sense to me on that, no. But, you know, I am no game developer, so I don't know. Yeah, I'm playing.
Victor in the chat is saying 250 years is the most reasonable timeline. They can explore the same 300 years forever, having games from every angle and country or region if they wanted. Fallout London is a good example of that. I must go. Bye. That is the perfect exit, Victor. Have a good night, and I guess we'll catch you tomorrow.
Here's a nice World War II era flamethrower.
What were you expecting? Bullets whizzing past my head. Again.
Oh, I should note too, on the note earlier we were talking about like adding things from New Vegas and stuff. I did add a mod called Mojave Imports or Wasteland Imports. Name's changed a few times. But it essentially adds a bunch of New Vegas recipes and stuff. So healing powder, super stim packs, Hydra, Turbo, that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Hey, there's your night vision.
Vaguely threatening note. Looking forward to seeing you. Signed, your neighbors.
Oh. We're watching you,
In the
Timothy.
Fallout universe?
Right.
You're in Mrs. Somerset. We're watching you.
Doggy, you're lucky you're cute, because holy fuck, man, you're always getting in my way.
Love being up high.
This is a revolver.
Jump. You haven't gone to any settlements yet, have you? At least in this playthrough.
In this that I've been showing, no. I'm mostly just like poking my head around and exploring and stuff. You know, getting the map fleshed out here.
Yes.
Push it.
Run.
That'll be fine.
By the way,
Nice, a Minuteman.
I take it you finally saw the animated clip of Sergeant Dornan ripping apart the Chosen One?
Oh yeah. They sent me a moron.
I love how like they had the little sign that just says like no
Yeah.
like it was, I think it was the actual dumb low intelligence dialogue.
Yeah. I saw actually a post the other day on the Fallout 4 Nexus. I think it was like an image post or something, and it had side by side on the so it was showing like, I want to say something along the line of it showed like someone who had a vault suit on with a T-51B power armor helmet, a la, you know, and underneath it they linked two videos. One was that one, the video you're talking about.
The animated
The
one?
other one was one where it had the it was the meme template where it essentially shows Sergeant fucking, I can't even remember his name. I
Dornan.
just said it. Showed Sergeant Dornan and he's talking with the player character, and he punches him down, and then it goes into the one where it goes into the meme template where it shows like the guy hovering over him.
The
other
invincible
characters, like,
meme, yeah.
Yeah. And the video went on for a little bit longer like that, so.
Great, they sent me a moron. Imagine if Fallout 2 recreated it, like Fallout 4 or something.
Yeah, there's a mod people are working on for that. We call it,
Oh great,
Project
3D
Portfolio.
Sergeant Dornan
Yeah.
in Fallout 4 power armor.
Yeah. It's,
I've seen
Project
animations
Portfolio.
in I think it was in Source Filmmaker though, but I haven't seen anything that's actually like in game. Or maybe I haven't. I just don't remember.
Checked up. I'm on the there's a Discord server for it, but I haven't checked in on it in a little bit.
Reminds me, I came up with a configuration for my Halo 4 campaign overhaul. Like what? Because I figured, okay, I'm going to replace essentially the Spartan, like the player character, Spartan. In Halo Reach, you play the Spartan 3, so you're a little shorter and everything. So use that character model to replace the Spartan 4s in Halo 4. This way they have a more classic Halo-looking design. And it's lore friendly. And I was thinking, okay, what armor configuration, right? Because you can in Halo Reach, you can customize the armor, shoulders, chest piece, helmet. So I figured I'm gonna give them the. Because again, this is we're not talking about like player character. We're talking about the default. This is essentially like the Spartan armor that would be given default the Spartan 4s, and I actually took a lot of ideas that you and I would discuss a lot. Where like the Spartan 4s are ex-Marines and ODSTs. They probably use equipment that they're familiar with and prefer.
Yeah.
So like I'm thinking, okay, having 3 variants. One be ODST, right? Like ODST gear, shoulders, helmet. The default one is going to be the default Mark 5B helmet, the Noble 6 helmet, but with an up-armored thing on the head, on the top of the helmet, security shoulders, and I think tactical recon chest piece because it has a bunch of pouches. Oh, and I was going to use security knee pads. For the ODST one, pretty much the same thing except for the all ODST stuff. Then for the third one, which was going to be a more marine kind of variant, right? Like this way they're not all looking the same, kind of like how Marines you have variants between the Marines. The female Marines, male Marines, and then some of the male Marines and female Marines, like they're wearing short sleeves, some are wearing long sleeves. Some wear the hat, some wear the helmet. So that sort of thing. I was thinking maybe one of them has like the same. What the hell? I don't remember what the shoulders are called, but they have the same shoulder pads that the Marines wear. Figure that makes sense, and give them the same helmet that the Halo Reach Marines have, which would make sense too. But yeah, give them some variants there. Make them look more tactical, more like this is a Marine, essentially, in Spartan armor. Also, this way you have a visual difference between them and the Chief. Like, they're wearing different class of Spartan armor. Obviously, Chief would be in the classic Mark 6. A lot of concepting, though, for essentially a campaign overhaul. Also had another interesting idea for a Halo Reach mod. This one really, there's nothing more than it's just a visual idea. But so you know how, obviously in the lore, the Halo Spartan 3s only wore SPI armor. Semi-powered infiltration armor, because they never got Mjolnir. I thought, okay, what if Halo Reach mod that makes all of Noble Team except for George, because he's a Spartan too, all of Noble Team, including the player character, in SPI armor.
What?
Thought that'd be cool, especially now that we have all these modding tools and stuff. And I've seen people make 3D models of SPI armor prior to the Halo 3 update. And I actually prefer the fan-made creations over the official thing. Just because like the fan-made thing is based like the entire armor set, whereas the official thing is meant to be compatible with Halo 3's customization. But I think it would be cool. Like you can have it colored, like this way you know which, like, because obviously SPI armor would all be identical, but you can have it be colored differently so you know which member is which based on the color. Maybe you can have their service number on the outside of their armor. Like for Cat, for instance, it would be B320. That's definitely a mod someone else would have to do. I have no idea.
You get 9. God, guys, stop.
Kill them all. No survivors, Cam.
Hmm. Look, there's no witnesses if there's no witnesses. You suddenly see like a raider at the next camp over. He's just like, I'm in danger.
That would be funny.
It'd be really nice though if people didn't fucking crowd the fuck out of me when I go and stop. It's like, guys, come on, give me some room.
Uh-oh.
SpaghettiOs?
Like, you go behind the counter, look up, he's right there. Like, there's a guy just like, it's a classic, like a freaking cartoon, like you go behind a counter, you see a pair of legs, look up, oh, hi there.
There have been a few times I've actually been fucking mini-nuked.
Yes, we saw that.
Yeah. Even before that, there was this one guy, it was like 2 days ago or 3 days ago on this playthrough, and excuse me. He was on this bridge kind of thing, and just had a really good line of sight on me. And so the problem was, anytime I tried to get line of sight on him to attack him, kaboom! That one took a while. I've also got a vertibird mod, like a personal vertibird mod. Only problem is I have to find 4 vertibird wrecks and get parts from them before I can go and actually put my vertibird together. Because, like, you know, obviously it's like, hey, you got to be able to assemble it, right? And you're pulling this shit out of your ass. So still have yet to discover those. Of course, if I would just wait until the Brotherhood of Steel rolls in and just wait for the raiders to down all the vertibirds, then it'd be a lot easier. But I suppose that is an option. But I'll note too, if you are modding, and this is modding in general, like regardless of what game it is or anything, read the fucking descriptions. There are times I see people complaining about a mod like not working, or something is incompatible, or this or the other thing.
Read the descriptions, and a lot of the time, a lot of the times mods come with a text file that literally says "readme," and it is instructions on how to install.
No way.
Also, make backups anytime you make a mod. I mean, ideally you only need to make backups once, but
Uh-oh. Oh, no you don't.
You're alive.
Surprisingly so, yes. That tickled.
I feel like there was a big explosion somewhere just now.
Yeah, it was a car, probably.
Like, man, what are those cars? Nuclear powered? Actually, yes.
Well, actually. I am here. Boom. Alright, everyone get up. Break time's over. There we go. Wakey wakey eggs and wait, Vault 88. What the fuck? Huh. Why did the door just open? I didn't do that. Me suspicious? Never. Oh, I remember this one.
Blacking out, or it's dark as hell in here. Seems pretty useless, but sure.
You ever see this one? It's a
I could really go for some. You got
It's a bunch of mannequins.
a noodle.
oh no, so this is a
Good boy, dog meat, knocking over all the creepy mannequins. Hey, isn't this from Nuka World DLC?
no.
Reminds me of
This
something
is-
from the
this is
Nuka World
vanilla.
DLC.
What it is it's a location where it's a
Put it up, man.
let me through. Let me through. It's a parking garage where essentially the whole thing was turned into a big old maze. And at the end of it there's like a choice of rewards kind of bullshit.
So press a button, any button.
Of course, you know what I really could have, if it hadn't been that easy enough, I felt really squirrely. I could have just sent a companion in while I open and close doors and tell them, okay, move one step forward. Okay, move one step forward. This is obviously the right way.
He's the heads on a pike. Good, I'm going the right way.
Oh, look at all the free supplies. Disarm, 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 disarm. Oh, look at all those.
Let me guess, this used to
Or
be a
this would be
gym,
the
right?
time-
Okay.
This would be the time when Dogmeat just runs through, and thankfully he doesn't activate those, because otherwise just beep beep beep.
Yeah, right.
I'd be like, Dogmeat!
Dog meat, no! And then he just comes out
There was a
fine.
legendary rad roach. That was the one I killed when I meleeed it. It's hilarious.
Well, it's legendary now because it's dead. Otherwise, it would have been a living legend.
I'm so glad my followers do not set these up. I remember, what was it, Jamaica Plains was location. There was like this hallway and it's just filled with trip sensors on there, and I remember seeing a little clip where someone is exploring there, and then Dogmeat just like runs through every single tripwire, and the guy's just like, oh mother, and then just all the turret. Oh god, that's creepy.
Are those
That was
monkeys
just
ever
just
not
running
creepy?
into those.
Fuck's sake.
Well, what's worse about the little monkeys is that those can act as sensors to activate traps.
Yeah, I know. And it's bad enough that they're creepy looking, but they also freaking do creepy shit when,
Deadly.
like, someone's near. Clap, 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 boom.
Yeah.
Clap, clap, boom. Bad rap. As a sleek yet completely rusted car.
but it's got fins.
It's a pick me up. You gotta prepare it. Only a few $1,000s in the shop. Actually, how much would an atomic car cost to be serviced? That's a nightmare.
I mean, we talking real world or we talking Fallout?
Even in Fallout, it'd be a nightmare.
Probably. Well, like
Especially
I
the state of the world
entry.
pre bombs falling.
Oh yeah, I read a terminal entry. It was essentially making fun of the Fallout 76 kind of shit. It was a mod edited one, obviously, but it was making fun of the whole Fallout 76 fiasco with you know, their bait and switch on the pre-order collector's edition items, and how the game was nothing like what they promised, etc., etc.
But as a pre-world scam, pre-war scam.
Yeah. And the person noted that they paid $2,000.
Just like the $200 collector's edition.
Yeah. And then they noted that they contacted like support to get a refund on it. And after they did, they noted that they spent so much time on hold, like waiting for operators to pick up and stuff. You know, oh, our next person will be back. You know, we'll contact you. Blah blah blah. That it cost them more than they would have gotten refunded. So being on hold for a little bit was enough to spend $2,000, which yikes. Ah, one of them finally got me.
I don't think he's dead. Put a few more rounds in.
Oh, I got a Mac 11. Look at this fucking
Eh.
thing. Yeah, it sells for decent. I'll take it. I still love just I've got Nora in this super heavy armor with this super heavy weapon. So like you'd imagine her like coming around the corner and the boss music just starts for the enemy.
Oh look, she does all the heavy lifting. She carried your baby, now she's carrying your weapons.
Hey, she got to take like a fucking I don't even know, 60-year nap.
And you didn't?
I mean, okay, look, she got to take like a 3-week nap. Like it took me that long to get Kiri.
I'm curious, was there any dialogue stuff there, or was it just like a to-do quest?
No, they actually did it pretty well to where you bring Kiri over and she's like, oh my, we must help. You know, reusing audio lines and stuff. It does a fade to black scene, and then you hear like some ambiguous medical sounds. Then you have it fades in. You have Nora or Nate, whoever your spouse is, on the floor, and they're kind of like, what? Who? You know, they're obviously pretty confused there. And then it pretty much goes to just like a scripted conversation line of bringing them up to speed on what is happening. And then they pretty much just become a father after that. And you actually also get a note from Kiri saying, like, because essentially the explanation is that your spouse was headshot, but because they were frozen and recovered when Kiri was there, so essentially getting the medical expert there right when essentially the injury happened, Now that's why your spouse is alive. However, they're going to have cognitive issues. They might not speak in some cases. Essentially, it's also a
Essentially,
cover
like
for
like
if there's
giving you narrative reasons for why they're not going to be speaking and why they're not going to have dialogue, this and that.
Exactly.
Although they could just reuse a lot of the male or female, like depending on which spouse, like whether it's Nate or Nat.
God damn it, dog meat.
They could just use a lot of the dialogue for whichever character it is that's frozen for certain things.
No,
but
they do. They reuse a lot of the dialogue for the spots because of course they have an entire game's worth of dialogue recorded. So. Yeah, they'll sometimes make comment. Like it was actually funny. I went to the railroad earlier, and I was talking with there was a doctor there, and he was rather caustic in terms of his bedside manner. And one of the options was, you don't really like many people at all, do you? And I chose a different one. However, Nora, who was there listening into the conversation, said, "You don't like many people, do you?" So I was just
that's
nice.
Like,
she essentially said the other dialogue option
there. So that kind of reminds me of one of the features I really enjoyed from The Outer Worlds, which is your companions had dialogue for pretty much every dialogue thing you did.
Yeah.
Like they were reacting like they were actually there in the situation, in the conversation. Which was nice, because then you actually had it wasn't just you and whoever you were talking to, and time would freeze.
Like
you were having an actual conversation with people. I like that part of The Outer Worlds, where it felt like you were having an actual conversation with characters. Like whoever companions you had with you would chime into the conversation. They were actually there. They're not frozen like in Fallout 3. Everything in Fallout New Vegas as well. Like everyone freezes around when you're having a dialogue thing. But in The Outer Worlds, like you're having a conversation, and like the what's-face character on Monarch, the executive character, and his assistant. That's something that game did really well, by the way. The characters.
Yeah,
like the writing.
It's not a huge surprise that they did.
No,
well,
I mean, given who made it, right?
Fresh air.
But I do think that they missed the mark just a little bit in terms of the world building.
Yeah,
I wasn't hugely like it didn't. The world didn't grab me.
It could have been better, but it could have been a hell of a lot worse.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, I like, the world is interesting. It just didn't grab me in the way that I expected it to. But like, I did see some gameplay of the
got a Chinese assault rifle.
Ooh, nice. I did see some of the DLC stuff, and it definitely did help fix that problem a bit, like the world building stuff. But it was nice to have a more classic RPG where, you're not a voice protagonist. You have full control because you are the protagonist. You're not playing as a pre-established character.
I've never understood where games are like, hey, this weapon has a silencer. It's going to reduce the range on it. Like, if you have a longer barrel, and 90% of the time for these kinds of
I
things,
can understand
adding to the barrel.
I guess it depends on the silencer itself, like just based on physics, like depending on how the silencer is built. I can understand maybe there's some problems, but none of them would be none of them would be What were you saying? Range was the problem?
None of them will be legitimate.
I know anything that would be a defect would it would be a defect in the silencer's design or the suppressor's design
Yeah.
that would cause that. Also, the fact that in reality it's a suppressor pretty much just makes it so you don't have to wear earplugs when you're firing the weapon. It's still gonna be loud as hell. It's just not gonna be deafening.
Video games have silencers. Real life has suppressors, and
Right.
yeah, with the suppressor, because I've heard of course suppressed weapons be fired off. You can still
Same.
100% hear that it is a gunshot going off.
Right. It's just that
Recognizing
you
they're out.
aren't gonna have your ears bleeding afterwards.
Yeah. Well, it depends on the gun. There's
That's true, that's
lots of
true.
guns that even if you add a suppressor, you still need to have hearing protection.
And there are some
Otherwise-
guns where adding a suppressor actually does make it relatively completely silent because they're not super loud to begin with.
Well, it depends
So it is
on
a-
couple of things here. Among other things, you would need to have subsonic ammo.
Holy crap! They added
Because
Nightkin
if
to
you
the
have
in the
subsonic
mods.
ammo, especially if you're actually trying to have, if you're actually trying to go and make it quiet, as in stealthy, you need to have subsonic ammunition.
Yeah.
But unless you have a pretty much a unique one of a kind weapon, you're never going to have like what they had in that one John Wick scene where the John Wick and the assassin are running through an airport shooting rounds at each other and no one's noticing. Never will
That's
happen.
no. You're gonna have people like hearing something. Like one person's gonna be like,
Well,
"Gunfire!"
you're going to hear noticeable gunshots
Yeah.
unless that weapon is completely custom made to be completely.
Which-
I say completely, but to be silent.
Yeah.
But
Which is not impossible. It's just very rare.
no. Yeah.
Again, in terms of like how a suppressor would work, it is very much a case by case basis. But for the most part,
Yeah.
it is not going to be like it is in the movie or in most video
No,
games.
not even close.
Which is why I like Star Citizen a lot because again, every suppressor you still hear it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Well,
I mean,
not enemies. Enemies don't generally. Speaking.
no, enemies don't. But I mean,
But that
at
could
least
also be a
from the
level
player
damage.
perspective, it still sounds relatively. I'm putting this very. I'm being generous here, but relatively realistic in that like you're still hearing a gunshot noise. It's just not
Yeah.
like echoing through the
It's
halls
just
and all
not
that.
overpowering.
Yeah. Because again, it is still a game. They want stealth to be a thing, and and I really do want that because stealth is very much needed, especially with the medical systems and all that. So I noticed that they added Nightkin in the mod. One
Yes.
of the mods.
It's one of my many mods. Who the hell is this guy?
Mac.
Welcome to Mac's Bar. We are currently open for
Is
business.
this one of the random encounter shop guys?
Why start a bar out
I have
here?
no idea.
Ever since I was
Yeah, this is a random encounter. This isn't a vanilla game, I think.
real hard to come by most of the anyway.
So it's a random encounter. He's starting a bar in the middle of nowhere, essentially.
Let's see what you have.
I've got just
Yeah, I
the
mean,
thing.
just why would you be here out in the middle of fucking nowhere?
Well, no one said he was
Good
smart.
luck, dude. Good luck.
Yeah, right.
Watch out for the super mutants because they're right on your fucking doorstep.
I think that's a vanilla game random encounter.
Could be.
I swear I've seen it before.
But have you seen the Muffin Man?
Do you know the Muffin Man? Maybe the glowing mole rat knows the Muffin Man. Shoot him a few times, then ask him.
Super Mutant Radio. Alrighty then.
Oh no, you're not going to be hearing Tabitha, are you?
That would be amusing, but I don't think so.
All the way from the West Coast, Tabitha and her. Was Tabitha the? I'm just blanking here.
It was just like Tabitha.
No, but she had two personalities, and she'd talk to herself over the radio.
Antler?
Who was the other? Like Tabitha and. Like one was the host and one was the interviewee. Interviewer and interviewee on their little radio show. I just don't remember the other name and which one was which.
Yeah.
I think Tabitha was the interviewee.
I see some guy wearing a pyramid head though. He's fucking dying.
Do you have the freaking horror mods installed?
No.
Like-
Or I should say, generally not. But again, I have a lot of mods. Which does go back to know what your mods do. But as far as I'm aware,
Like you're just gonna be walking around, you see Siren Head, everything's fine.
That I have seen those mods. I don't have them installed, but I have seen them. How do I get in this building? Don't even know if I can get in the building. I can.
I've seen a source engine mod that allows you to essentially use in the source engine it's an SCP game in the source engine via mods.
Jeez.
And it's like, you're running away from Peanut. The statue that, you look away or lights go out and it's moving.
Well, don't look away.
Like this. It's just really funny, but also horrifying. That is a satisfying noise. If it wasn't glowing and radioactive, I would say, hey, look, dinner. But I'm not so sure you want to eat that. Well, now you can't, unless you want to take a spoon out and start scooping.
Well, let's see. I'll see if it gives me the
prompt
option at all. No. Guess
I don't think so.
I have had it give me the option a couple of times. It's just like,
Do I want to die tonight?
Anyone home? It is I, Free Potato Man. Really? They open up door. There is no free potato. Oh. No, you go to Gulag now. Oh.
You can tell them that you have brought Cosmo the space dog home.
I couldn't hear you over the thunder. Well, that cleared up pretty quick. Kind of.
You still looking for a way inside?
Do I now?
I said, you still looking for a way inside?
In one of these buildings.
Ah. Yawn.
Like I can see there's a stairwell going down over there, but that would imply there's something right underneath me here, but I don't see an entrance for any kind of underground facility. Oh, hey, what's this? Oh, hunting shotgun. Yeah.
That son of a bitch Sergeant Reiser caught me trying to have a look in the warehouse. And that asshole actually drew his weapon on me. Look, Perry, I know you two came up together and all, but I'm telling you that guy is dirty, and I need you to have my back on this. Those ration crates didn't just go missing on their own.
Detective
Our job is to
McDonald
make sure they're
Tuttleton?
getting to the people who need them. Just Lean on him a bit, okay? See if he'll let you in the warehouse to have a look around.
This pre-war?
Yeah. I was hoping it would point me in the direction of how I get in the warehouse.
I was gonna say, because like like it would be a huge coincidence if a pre-war audio tape can lead you to like some key under a rug to get you into that freaking warehouse.
Well, I mean, it would at least stand plausibility in that no one else has checked the holotape, and if it's some key under a random rock, it's like there's rocks everywhere here, right?
Yeah.
You
I mean, it was a
find the right
metaphor, but I mean, hope, yeah.
No, I'm just saying.
No, I mean, again, it's a Fallout game, so it totally could do that. Wouldn't be the first time.
Buggy your shit out, can't see anything. Hope I don't run into a death claw, that would suck. Oh, I had a fight the other day. So this character gave me an objective to they wanted a Harley Quinn outfit.
Oh
Like,
boy.
hey, there's all these Halloween stores. I'm like, okay, whatever. You know, it's part of one of these expansion mods. Okay, whatever. So I go through, and I find all of it except like, and there's also apparently like a baseball bat. Okay,
Right.
whatever. So I follow the trail of notes and shit, and it leads me to there's these two guys fighting on this building rooftop for it, and I'm like, okay, whatever. I'll take them both out. I'll take it. Good to go. I approach them, and they're doing like a fisticuffs kind of thing. The animations were actually pretty darn good for their little fisticuffs. You know, they're doing some like spinny kicks and shit. I'm like, hey, that's pretty cool. Too bad you both have to die now. So I go and approach him to go and fight. Whoa, I got to Diamond City? Damn, I had no idea I was even near there right now.
So you're saying you approached them?
I've been here before, but so I approached him, and as soon as I got like relatively close to him, two death claws clawed their way up onto the roof, and I'm just like, oh no. Which led to me essentially just running around in circles on the rooftop, trying not to die horribly there. Managed to eventually kill him, but it was definitely a close thing. I still have no idea how to get into this fucking warehouse. Like, come on, give me a sewer grate entrance or some bullshit. Something. Hello, it is I, Wandering Salesman. I come to bring you free bullets! Bam, bam, bam! Damn it. Game, you pause at the worst fucking times here.
Go, dog meat, go! Man, your entourage is just killing them all.
That's sounding like an interesting gun. Oh, hey, it's the assault rifle. Evan's way cold to set key. I wonder if that just opens up the door I lockpicked, or if that's something else. Who knows?
If you feel you need to, then go ahead.
You know, we were worried about like, you know, mature content being shown on the stream before we started. We really haven't shown anything though that like would really
No,
constitute
but
any...
I also have tried to avoid anything like the super mutant camps where you have just bags. Well, I mean, it's kind of chunky.
Yeah,
right
but that's
here,
in like the normal. I've seen that in like normal videos for the game and stuff, so that's not really that bad. And yeah, it's really gnarly, but YouTube really seems like not like bothered by the gore and stuff. They're more concerned with the nudity and sexual like content and stuff like that. Content. Though I say that, but at the same time, it's you know, it's the classic, you know, Animal Farm communist type. We're all equal except some creators are more equal than others. That some creators can post that such type of content and reap the rewards of it, you know, like the monetization and stuff. But other monetized channels, as well as non-monetized channels, post that type of content, or even something like, you know, a scantily clad person, male or female.
Yeah, like wearing underwear.
Like, not even wearing underwear, just say, like, you know, shorts or something, right? Like it's a poster from a movie, or what, like, nothing even sexual, let alone nudity, and they get a copyright strike, or something like that. Like, or the channel takes down the video, demonetized, whatever it is. And it's just, like, again, huge inconsistency and unfair treatment. Unequal treatment.
Well, therein is the problem we've been seeing for a long time, that content posters are pretty fucking clearly playing favorites while they claim to be nonpartisan. Yeah, regardless of what the issues are. And it's not right. It's like, look, if you are the one saying these are the rules, by and large, you know, it's like, no, that's not to say that there can't be any kind of ambiguity or nuance to things, because I mean that's not what I'm saying. But at the same point, when you have, one person can be posting,
when you have clear-cut rules, everyone has to follow them, or and they have to.
Well, there is the issue. Is it's like if the rules were being applied fairly, it wouldn't be an issue. It says, hey, these are the rules, then everyone follows them. But it's that they're being unequally applied to where some people are held to a much, much higher standard and others are held to a much, much lower standard. And even calling this out can result in you being unfairly targeted by them.
Remember last...
it's ridiculous.
Yeah, remember last year, I think it was December 18th, I think it was the last night of Hanukkah also, we did that Die Hard 2 live stream, and we didn't even get 4 minutes into the live stream when we got a copyright strike. We didn't even get up to the scene where John McClane's car gets towed, which is the intro of the film. And we abided by all the rules and guidelines that YouTube has, because I was planning this stream for easily 2 weeks at least. And I was reading all the guidelines. Okay, I have to edit the footage. I got to, make sure that we don't hear the sounds. I'll have stuff like all these sorts of things so that we can at least show something, and so we can have like an actual watch party. And we followed all the YouTube's rules, and we get punished for it. And a copyright strike, for anyone who don't know, if you get 3 copyright strikes, there goes your channel.
Yep.
And your account.
Give no fucks.
And your account. That the channel's tied to. So we got one. It expired in March of 2021, so it's void now. But I'm not exactly keen on making the same mistake twice. Just to, play with fire and see if I can get another one. And I've appealed it like 3 times, I remember, during that week. Because again, when you get a copyright strike the first time around, you're essentially for a week, you can't upload anything. No videos, no live streams, and if you're a monetized channel, no community posts. If you're... Obviously, if it's a second strike, then it's, I think, a month? Or 2 weeks, or whatever. But anyway, we only had... It was the first copyright strike, so it was only a week. Thankfully, we haven't had another one. Hope to not have another one. But... yeah, so we had that, and obviously for a week we couldn't do anything. And it didn't expire until March. And what's annoying was, literally, in the week that we had a copyright strike, I saw 2 other channels, both monetized. One was releasing movie clips of Die Hard 2, like little clips. Like, you know, X scene and Y scene and whatever from the movie. And another one was a live stream doing a watch party of Die Hard 2.
Exactly what we were doing.
Both channels were monetized, and they weren't editing the footage to hell like we were. Like, we were effectively foobarring the footage just so that we can do a watch party. And
Just to make it compliant. Well, and therein is the issue again, is that if the rules were just, nope, sorry, no one can do this, and they were held to those standards across the board, that'd be one thing. But when we're seeing pretty clearly that this is not the case, that people are being held to wildly different standards, it's ridiculous.
And then you add to the fact that a lot of their copyright claims are automated. Like, okay, Season 7, Master Chief Collection Season 7 live stream that we did. I was doing it. It was a collaborative thing with another YouTube channel, Halo channel. And in it, my chair, because obviously you can't hear it right now, I'm leaning back and forth, but it's not creaking. But in that live stream, it was creaking, and it was really loud. It's a rusty old chair. And it creaked. And according to YouTube, I have a copyright claim on that stream for that sound. I don't even know what song they tried to tie it to, but I sent a copyright, I appealed it, or whatever, appeal? Anyway,
Hey, this isn't a song, this is my fucking
This is my chair. Technically, this is my original content that you're claiming is yours. You know, screw off.
Like what they've done to the place, the sign is an especially homey touch.
I've had copyright claim for static on a video once. It was an old, I think it was a 3.8 Star Citizen video. And there was an audio bug during that patch where all the noise in the game would go dead, and except for loud noises, which would come out as static. And so I was flying around my ship during this, figured, okay, I'll just play some music in the video as I record, and then when I hit the afterburner, it was static because of the glitch.
Yep.
And that got copyright claimed. Again, I had to, submit an appeal or whatever. I'm blanking on the appeal. I think it's something. I think it's called something else, but it's the same thing. And it's absurd because again, you have a bot that really doesn't know shit. Like, freaking, I saw a funny joke the other day of like, in the 90s, we're all worried about AI taking over, but you look at AI today, they don't know a dog from a cat. They don't know static from a song. They don't know a chair creaking from singing. Although, honestly, some people don't either. And it hurts a lot of channels like us. Like, we're small, unmonetized channels that aren't really given much of a chance to grow because we keep getting, I guess, kicked every time we try something.
Also, too, to note, it's interesting that one of the channels, so again, when we were hit with the copyright
strike.
Strike, that one of the channels was monetized.
Both of them were
They
actually.
have no, YouTube says we have no issue with you having this content. Oh, hey, this other channel, relatively small, not monetized. Oh, nope, sorry, we're going to take the hammer to you. I just find that interesting in that essentially it's going, hey, this pre-established channel that we have already entered a agreement with, oh yeah, sure, no problem, we like you. Oh, this other one? Nah. We're going to provide a barrier to entry of starting your content by stopping you from showing stuff that our favored people can show. I was saying that's pretty clearly putting out a barrier to entry for being able to
Grow.
stream and show content when some people can show things and other people cannot show those exact same things. That's an issue.
And then we haven't even gotten into the whole like free speech thing, like YouTube.
Oh yeah, no.
Like
I was about to mention
monetized channels.
Getting into the fact that they are essentially acting as God here, and again doing it very unequally.
Right. Like again, like a lot like monetized channels cannot say the word sex or Nazi or there's like a third one, a bit like of the big 3 words you can't say. Probably vaccine.
Hand holding?
What was it?
Hand holding?
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, but the point is like also 2 words I never thought I'd say in tandem with each other. But you can't say, like you can't say Nazi. I hear people use on monetized channels will use the word Yahtzee or those German guys or those guys from World War II or something because they can't say the actual word without getting their video instantly demonetized, which is absurd.
Well, I mean, also too, it's like, what does it do? Who does it harm by them saying the word? And again, we're not saying like someone who's going and like putting up videos of them cosplaying as the SS, but just literally saying the word.
And the only reason I know this is because I was watching a lot of news videos surrounding Battlefield 5 back when, in early, was it late 2018, early 2019, when that game was still alive. And obviously it was a World War II shooter, a very politically correct BS World War II shooter, but one nonetheless. And that in the videos, like the guy couldn't say Nazi or whatever. He had to call, and even in the game itself, they don't call them Nazis. They don't even have a swastika. Is probably another word they can't say. Like the swastika flag and everything, they couldn't have that in the game either. They have a different flag. They don't call them Nazis. They call them elites. It's essentially just a mess of a thing because it's politically correct World War II. The game. That's what Battlefield 5 is, anyways. Back to the YouTube censoring. I think it's... Honestly, you can make the argument which censorship is worse. It's irrelevant, though, because just any censorship, really...
Censorship is censorship.
Yeah. Like, I can understand, you don't want to show anything graphic. Like, okay, if you're going to show, like, something adult-rated, either have a filter, right, like, rated 18 and up for video... like a feature like that, or just have a outright like rule, like okay, this is our platform. You can do what you want as long as it's not this sort of content.
Yeah, X, Y, Z, or ABC.
Right.
I mean, it would make sense for me that having just like a.
Talk, Perry. Your partner keeps sticking his nose where it should.
Cam.
Oh, no, sorry. Listen to a holiday.
He's a cop. If he keeps sniffing around the tracks, he's liable to get hit by the train. Are we clear? Anyway, I've got this stuff moved down into the utility tunnels, but it's burning a hole in my pocket. Sure. I don't want to hear any more excuses about it being hard to fence. People would pay top dollar for this stuff.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
They're like if they were running their platform I think more correctly in that they, having it's their platform. You can't if you're say we were running a platform and say okay, you can't show any nudity or adulterated film stuff or whatever.
What would make sense to me would be either go and just say, hey, across the board you can't do this stuff. Which, okay, sure. If that is the standard, and again, just hold your standard equally to all. That's all I ask.
Yeah.
But the other thing would be, okay, well, hey, let's say if you're like, okay, well, I want to allow it in some cases, I don't want to allow in others. Allow poop and mark videos as, adult content, or have a staggered rating where it's like, okay, here's kid stuff, you can't have swearing, you can't show gore, you can't do this, you can't do that. Sure, okay, and you've got, moderate rating, okay, you can have swearing, you could have like some blood and gut, so like you could stream Halo, for example. Right. Okay, there's your general stuff, and then you'd have
or
adult,
Fallout,
which is where, okay, here's where if you're showing genitalia, you're having people discussing sex, stuff like that. Okay, boom, there you go.
And that's the thing, like YouTube has when you're uploading a video or setting up a live stream, you have two checkboxes. You got, is this video for kids? Yes or no, and do you want this stream to be rated 18 and up or not? So I can every video we've made ever is not for kids, just because videos for kids cannot have comment sections or live chats if it's a live stream, or a live chat if it's a premiere. And obviously I want people to be able to interact with us and in the content we make, so obviously I'm going to say no, it's not for kids, just so that people can post comments, whether it's some guy, some angry person on the internet not liking us for whatever reason, or if it's some guy with genuine input or opinions or what have you. Now, obviously, some content like my Cyberpunk playthrough I did on the channel, that's all over 18 and up, because pretty much every time I'm in the inventory menu, there's nudity because of how the game works. As you click on a new outfit for your character, it takes a little while. It takes like a second or two for the clothing to load onto your character, and your character's briefly nude. Also, my chat was asked me to do something silly, which I will admit was really, really funny, and that was a stealth mission where I was completely nude, and yeah, definitely funny, but I won't repeat it. I say now. Anyway, no, it was funny. It was it was essentially like you have to tail this person, right? Like, okay, we have to go incognito, right? We're gonna be in disguise. Something inconspicuous. Just trip. But yeah, anyway, it was a funny joke at the time. But my point being is that was an 18 and up stream because of the content that was showing. And honestly, look, if YouTube has these features, I don't think there should be any reason why they can't show really anything. It should be a platform for anything, and they should really do a better job with the how you find. Maybe it's a better job of how you find content, or maybe it's up to the creator, like us. Like, okay, if it's something more graphic and 18 and up, we'll make it an unlisted video, and I don't know.
Well, I just
think more choice would be better.
However they want to do it, whether it's that, hey, this content is allowed, hey, this content isn't allowed, hey, here's our standard, just apply the standard equally to all. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah.
Because far too often we're seeing that it's not being equally applied. It's all over the place, and there's at minimum there's inconsistency with it. At maximum, there's favorites being played in some way, but either way, it's not right. Now, someone shouldn't get banned for content that someone else gets the A-OK and the thumbs up for.
Also, the fact that, again, the whole, like, you're not supposed to be able to monetize a video that's essentially someone else's content, right? That's what a lot of copyright claims are. Like, okay, you're using, say we're using Spectre General's Nothing's Gonna Stand in Our Way, right? The song that was used in the 1986 The Transformers film. Obviously, that's a copyrighted song and all that. We shouldn't be able to make money off of that song because it's someone else's work. But the streams, as we mentioned, with the copyright strikes, other channels that are monetized did live streams and watch parties and videos of the same movie that we got taken down for after heavily editing. And we're not doing this for money, at least not yet. We're just doing this because we enjoy doing it for some reason. I mean, we learned our lesson now. If we're ever going to do a watch party like that, we're probably going to use Discord. Actually, I say we should do a watch party again, but again, in the Discord. Maybe advertise the Discord more for that instead of doing a live stream on, just so that we don't get another copyright strike.
Yes, that's right.
Watchface is coming up, the holiday season. I see you do the same thing I do, where you save like every single dialogue option.
Identity accepted on a provisional basis. Accessing protocols. All units, stand by for the Grand
What's with the like camera on each of his eyeballs? Or optical.
I just managed to convince this fucker that I'm some representative completely with words alone.
Hey, you were pre-war military.
No, true. But some supervisor, I don't know.
No, you were kind of a grunt, weren't you?
Probably. I mean, even if I was a power armory guy, I'd still be relatively low on the chain of command.
Right. Maybe someone in the chat or someone watching on the rerun will know what Nate's rank was. Hey, Victor has returned, and I probably only saw that now.
Well, I have a whole bunch of new stores available now. Huzzah!
Also, according to the poll we started, people do want to see more content like this, where we're showing off mods live and commentating. By the way, Cam, have you ever played Cursed Halo?
No.
Let's see what you've got.
I'm gonna see if we can try to play that co-op, because that might be an interesting one.
This place looks untouched. Is that possible?
Tear down those barricades. We got customers incoming.
Welcome to Pinelli's Bakery. My name is Crisp. I take your order.
Oh.
Let's see what you
Robot
have.
sounds like he's woke up on the wrong side of the whatever the fuck.
Place your order with Crisp up front, tourists. Please stay out of the kitchen.
One thing I like about this armor, when combat gets started, these little head flappy things close up and protect the face. So that's kind of cool.
Oh, kind of like that old Star Citizen helmet.
Yeah. Oh, and otherwise, although it's funny, it's got a clear visor anyway, which I guess makes it just like, sealed against radiation or some shit.
I was about to say, I think it's a radiation suit. I hope so, otherwise, God knows what's happening.
It probably has some amounts of radiation protection.
On the house. Well then, help due to liability. Looking for a nice hot cup of joe?
What else do you have?
I'd offer you a... I'm sure I...
We roll. They played a Skyrim sound. That's great.
You didn't level up your speechcraft. Wait, what did you just say? You didn't level up? You mean charisma, right? Yeah, that's what I just said. No, it's not.
I really need to get rid of some of this carry weight. Oh, I know.
You know, in theory, we should be able to play SPV3 co-op as well through MCC. In theory.
Theoretically.
Yes. Well as Cursed Halo.
I throw everything into the recycler and then I just see if there's anything I want to pull out. Because with some stuff, you don't want to always necessarily break it down to basic.
Are you throwing in an entire Giddy Up Buttercup in there?
Yeah, and more. I mean, look, I'm throwing 5 back legs, 1 Giddy Up Buttercup body, 1 front leg, 2 heads, and 1 full Giddy Up Buttercup, along with everything else here.
Those things are not small.
No, this is my portable recycler. So it'll take it's like, oh, this life preserver. It's 3 plastic and 1 spring. It'll go and remove all these items and then just give me the actual basic materials there. Which in most cases are much lighter. Oh shoot, the game froze. No,
Uh-oh.
That's happened sometimes with memory issues, and it's just essentially removed and added a whole shit ton of items here.
Maybe you gotta do it a few at a time and...
Well, I haven't had too many issues with it. It's just, unfortunately, I'm pretty sure there's some kind of a memory leak going on. And so the longer and longer I play, it's pretty inevitable after like a couple of hours, I'm going to have a crash.
Mm-hmm.
But it could recover, so I'll give it a minute.
Yeah, so it's kind of like Star Citizen sometimes.
Yeah, pretty much. Except that I can, actually save my game.
Like sometimes,
I
know sometimes Star Citizen can freeze up like this, and then, or at least it used to before I upgraded.
Yeah. Still spinning.
Which I need to do again at some point when I have money, and when chips aren't low in stock.
Good luck with that.
You're right. I mean, what's face was
to like a 3080 once the 40 series comes out.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Hopefully by then I have money and that there's no longer a chip shortage.
Yeah, it's dead.
I mean, Good Karma in our Discord server was talking about how he's playing the F5 Wars.
Yeah.
Trying to get freaking upgrades for his setup.
But honestly, considering that alone was what we started at 6:30, give or take. So that was...
I can tell you precisely. We've been going for 4 hours and 30 minutes and 3 seconds.
So
and still going.
Even minusing 30 minutes of that for shits and giggles and 4 hours having 2 crashes, that ain't bad.
No.
For the number of mods that I shove in this fucking thing.
I mean, you had only 2 crashes in 4 hours, and
I mean, that ain't bad.
one of them was only an hour apart.
Yeah.
Like you crashed, it was 3 hours, then crash, and then another hour.
But still, if that and the few visual glitches I saw are the biggest issues I have, doing pretty fucking good.
Well, you know what they say, Fallout 4, mod it till it crashes, then keep on modding it.
Hell yeah.
That's something like
Well, that's why too I love the Bethesda games in general, just because and even I would argue that ignoring Fallout 76, I would say that Fallout 4 is probably the weakest of all of them.
Yeah.
But even that, once you heavily mod it to the point of the story being a whole lot better, more options. Like I said, I could go and hire Kellogg if I want to instead of killing him. And then it goes and it changes the story options around to the point where, okay, now you don't do the memory den scene. Now you have other aspects opening up because, hey, Kellogg is now helping you. So there's no need with the memory den because you can ask him all the questions you want. So.
By the way, that's another thing. Like, Kellogg in the vanilla game, Kellogg takes over Nick's body for like all 2 minutes, and it's never brought up again.
Well, no, if I remember right, he doesn't take over his body, but when Nick goes and helps you access the memories on there, he like talks with Kellogg's accent in like a single sentence, and then he goes back, and then he's like, "Whoa, that's weird," and that's it.
Yeah, like there's so much they could have explored there.
It would have been cool if you would have had Nick showing some of these mannerisms here and there.
And then you have to save Nick or kill him, and there's like a dilemma there, because he's a companion.
That would have been really cool too, except that they only do one quest per companion, unfortunately. Nick already had the Eddie Winter.
I think Outer Worlds did more than that.
Yeah, I think so.
Like, I mean, there was one like storyline per companion, but it was multiple quests.
Yeah, well, and I mean, I should note that so Nick has a decent amount of interactions in your story, in that he's supposed to be the one to help you find Kellogg originally.
Right.
And then he's got the whole like Eddie Winter mission that he deals with. Plus, there's like a few other like little side things for the other detective cases that are ongoing. Honestly, beyond that, all of the other followers, by and large, don't really.
Oh, you got was it Katie? Right.
Kate, the Irish fighter girl.
Yeah. Somehow, and then you have obviously Curie, who probably has one of the more interesting stories, honestly.
That was a really, really interesting one, and I did like that whole aspect of it and the way they kind of they explored, what does it mean to be human?
Yep.
But it is really limiting that with most of the followers, you do only really have one quest for them, and beyond that, you pretty much just have like dialogue every now and again.
I mean, for Veronica in New Vegas alone, you have multiple quests.
Yeah.
Like first, it's to getting her to dress, and there's the Brotherhood related quests, and go on and on.
Yeah, I really do need to start taking some screenshots of my game here. It looks halfway decent.
It looked really, really good. Right now I'm showing off that loyalist thing where they have the Elite 3 campaign. Honestly, it doesn't really change anything. It's mostly like, because again, like the elites and they dodge a bit more than brutes, and they're a bit more accurate than brutes. And obviously, they're wielding plasma rifles or carbines, but that's really the only difference. It doesn't really change the campaign up that much.
It changes everything.
Okay, so,
Hurry!
First Edition, on the other hand, Halo 3, cursed Halo 3 is indeed cursed. It is, again, it freaking...
But how cursed is cursed?
Well, let me put it this way. Every vehicle is just completely borked, foobarred.
Bork.
The carbine fires warthogs. Yeah, carbine fires warthogs. Actually, you know what? We're talking about mods. Let me get some.
I don't know what.
I have. I did a Twitch stream of it, so just good. Make this full screen. Voila. As you can see,
You see nothing?
well, right now you don't see anything, but and now you go. And clearly, there's someone screwed, messed around with some stuff here. Or Johnson. Actually, the shotguns become a blunderbuss, like or a original cursed edition.
Well, I think I need to go to bed because I got work in the morning. So I'm gonna have to jump off here for now.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it a stream. I hope you guys all. Thanks, Victor, Wolfong, Megajetty1, Lego Timothy, Cold Era, Tilm29, and Memes of Destruction, and George Lucas. Let's go, Brandon. Thanks so much, guys, for tuning in and taking part in the chat. It really means a lot. Probably the most active chat we've had in like several months. But yeah, seriously, thanks. And for anyone watching on the rerun, I hope you guys found this enjoyable. If you made it through this far, you're a real trooper. But yeah, I hope you guys found this entertaining and enjoyable. We're definitely going to be doing more of this because according to the poll, 86% of
what you didn't like and
so 86% of people watching that watch this live want to see more of this. Want to see more mod showcasing, more commentary of mod showcasing, and just more shenanigans. And I think that's doable. So, and technically it's 100% because the other 14% is just saying show Halo and Fallout mods. So, yeah, we can do that. We can do both. So yeah, let video game mods, whether it be Halo, Fallout, or even Cyberpunk, maybe. We'll definitely be doing more of that. We'll do commentary and stuff. Maybe we can do that for Sundays when we don't have a topic, or when we finally, I don't know. We'll figure it out. But yeah, we'll definitely be doing more of this. I'm glad you guys enjoyed, and I mean, if you guys want to help support the channel, you guys know the drill. Share, like, subscribe, all that fun stuff. If you have any mod requests, tell us in the comment section. Why not? And if you want to help us in a more personal way, we have links for our Teespring store and eBay store in the description below, and we have our Discord server linked in the description below as well, so you can join us for what have you. That's going to be it for now. Hope you guys enjoyed, and we'll catch you guys tomorrow, hopefully, if not next week. Remember, keep modding it until it crashes, and then just keep modding it anyway.
Until it fixes itself.
Right.